Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11. The Uchiha Coup, Part 3, Uchiha's End. Or Sharingan vs Sharingan. After 30 minutes that felt like hours, Tsunade was finally out of danger. Shizune made an admirable effort closing her wound and leaving no effects. Still, Tsunade had lost quite some blood and felt awfully weak. She doubted she could fight again. Still, that didn't mean she couldn't be of help. "Tsunade-sama, how do you feel?" Shizune asked as she helped her master to get on her feet. "Much better, thanks to you." "Should I fetch the kids?" "Absolutely not. The kids will stay in the shelter until things calm down a little. Besides, we have still some work to do," Tsunade replied as she soaked her finger with the wet blood of her wound, and made 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, a massive white slug with a blue back appeared. "Katsuyu, the village is under attack. I need you to reach all the wounded and use our link to let me heal them," Tsunade instructed. "But ignore the Uchiha. They're the ones who are behind this attack." "Understood, Tsunade-sama," Katsuyu replied before splitting into smaller clones of herself and spreading through the village. "Tsunade-sama, are you sure you can do this? The immense network healing requires a lot of chakra, and you just sustained a potentially fatal injury." The lengths Tsunade was willing to push herself worried her apprentice to no end. "I know. That's why I'm going to use part of your chakra too, if you don't mind." "Of course I don't. But still, the amount of energy this jutsu requires could mean your death." "I won't die today, Shizune. Do you think I'm going to leave you and the kids alone with Jiraiya?" Tsunade chuckled weakly. "Now come on, we have a village to save." Tsunade and Shizune sat down in front of each other, holding their hands, and started to channel their chakra towards Katsuyu. During his long life, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a man that had been present in a myriad of battles, especially during the first 2 ninja world wars. Some he won, some he lost, all in which he managed to escape alive. Some against ninjas of every major village, others against ninjas of minor villages, and sometimes against independent clans. Hell, he even fought against the strongest tailed beast and lived to tell the tale, something only Hashirama did before. Paradoxically, it was all these battles and the deaths that ensued that shaped Sarutobi into a man whose goal was the pursuit of peace and understanding, a goal he tried to instill on his students, with varying degrees of success and a single, catastrophic failure. Because no man or woman should go through what the third Hokage went through. And truth be told, he turned out relatively fine, unlike his friend Danzo Shimura, whose experience was just as extensive and gruesome, yet he turned into an unemotional, unmerciful extremist. This wasn't also the first time that either him or a predecessor had to fight against a traitor. He had fought against Orochimaru many years ago, when the Umbu discovered the unethical experiments he was conducting, and to this day, still wonders if he should have killed his former student when he got the chance, and the first Hokage had to fight against his former friend Madara Uchiha. But even then, Orochimaru and Madara were just individuals with an unchecked ambition. This was the first time an entire clan revolted against Konoha. While part of him remembered Tobirama-sensei's warnings about the Uchiha being dangerous, another part couldn't help but make him feel that this was his fault for letting this happen, and not putting more effort in repairing the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. And now, surrounded by the Uchiha Patriarch and his elite ninja, Sarutobi knew he was going to die. He wasn't afraid to just die, thought he never hesitated to take potentially suicide missions, but the fact that the village would be just in an equally or even greater awful state than it was after the Kyuubi attacked. Just like his predecessor and his one successor, it seemed that it was the Hokage's fate to die protecting the village from its enemies. But in Sarutobi's case, he'd die fighting against fellow villagers. "Before we start, answer me one last thing," Sarutobi said. "What happened to Shisui Uchiha?" "Shisui? Why do you ask?" Fugaku asked, puzzled. "Was he some sort of double agent of yours or what?" "Yes. He had a plan to stop you, but I never heard from him after the last time we spoke." "Was he found out by your peers?" "We weren't aware of Shisui's treachery, but given his friendship with Itaki it shouldn't be a surprise. But to answer your question, the last time any of my clansmen saw Shisui he was talking with some Umbu. Umbu? That can't be right, unless, oh no. Danzo, what you have done. Hiruzen moaned in realization. On top of that, you can't even keep your subordinates under tabs. It's amazing this village had lasted as long as it did. But fear not, Hiruzen, a new golden era is about to begin. But first, we must get rid of the relics of the past. Fugaku shouted as his hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Fugaku breathed a massive fireball at Hiruzen. The old Hokage proved to be deceptively fast for somebody of his age and dodged the flaming projectile jumping aside. However, two Uchihas were already waiting for him, their katanas already coming down on his head. With a quick hand movement, a large black staff with golden tips appeared on Hiruzen's hands, blocking the double blow, much to the two Uchihas' surprise. Taking advantage of their states, Hiruzen pushed their swords aside and smacked them on their face. A trio of Uchihas leaped at him, and while they were in midair, they pulled some shuriken from their pouches and tossed them at Hiruzen. Behind you! Shuriken rain! The staff shouted, surprising some of the Uchihas. Hiruzen merely nodded and formed many hand seals as fast as he could. Earth release, Earth Dome Jutsu. The ground started to shake, and in an instant the Hokage was protected by a dense dome of rock that stopped all the shuriken. Break that dome, now! Fugaku ordered. A female Uchiha Jonin nodded and went through several hand seals. Lightning release, mighty thunder. The Uchiha woman put her hands together above her head, and they started to crackle with electricity. In a swift motion she brought her hands forward, releasing several streams of lightning that shattered the rock dome Sarutobi was using to hide. Before it was completely destroyed, Sarutobi leaped from it. He pulled out a sealing scroll, and unsealed a Fuma Shuriken. He tossed it before making a hand seal. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Suddenly, the single Fuma Shuriken became 20. The Uchiha tried to avoid the rain of metallic death, and except one, all of them managed to avoid the giant weapons. Alright, one down. Let's see if I can get more lucky shots, Sarutobi thought as he landed. The corner of his eye caught another Uchiha forming hand seals. Fire release, heat orbs barrage. Several spherical yellow fireballs appeared around the Uchiha, almost like they were miniature stars, and with a hand motion he directed them at the Hokage. Running towards the attacker, Hiruzen spun his staff as fast as he could to deflect the heat orbs, and upon reaching the Uchiha, he swung his mighty weapon at him. The Uchiha jumped aside, but much to his shock, a hairy, white-haired arm emerged from the staff and grabbed the unfortunate Uchiha's neck. With a sickening crunch, the Uchiha ceased to be. Be careful with that staff. It's actually the Monkey King Inma, a boss summon. It's extremely dangerous. Fugaku warned to his remaining clansmen. New plan. I'll fight him directly, the rest of you cover me. The Uchiha Patriarch dashed at Sarutobi, his katana ready to slice him. Both men clashed, their weapons hitting and parrying each other's blows. Whenever the other Uchiha saw an opening, they'd use a fire jutsu or pelt the Hokage with kunao or shuriken. Unfortunately, some of these weapons found their marks. A poorly timed fireball almost hit Fugaku, forcing the Uchiha leader to jump backwards, leaving Sarutobi some time and space to breathe. Time he was going to use wisely. It was about time to use the jutsu his two mentors developed in order to fight the Uchiha and other clans with special eye powers. He formed a hand seal. Yin release, bringer of darkness. A mantle of shadows covered the entire Hokage tower. Not even the Sharingan would be able to see through this jutsu. However, due to his dwindling chakra, Sarutobi could only keep this jutsu active for a few seconds. Kenichi, track the Hokage, now! Fugaku shouted. Oh, on it! The Uchiha sensor stammered before making a hand seal. In no time, he located the Hokage. I got him. He's behind Ak. Naturally, Hiruzen wasn't stupid enough to not target the sensor ninja first. Kenichi! Other Uchiha yelled, and thus marking his position for Sarutobi. The Hokage silently dashed towards him and broke his skull with a well-placed hit to the head with the adamantine staff. Sarutobi found himself unable to keep the jutsu active, and the darkness receded. Fugaku contemplated in disgust the bodies of the Uchiha the Hokage had just killed. Even in your old age, you're one resilient son of a bitch. Did somebody tell you that? Fugaku spat, glaring at Hiruzen. Quite a few times. In fact, it's part of the job description, Sarutobi replied, allowing himself to chuckle. To think that you killed 4 of my men already. There's nobody else but you to blame for their deaths. I know. That's why now I have to make sure that their sacrifice isn't in vain. Senja Residence Underground Shelter. Naruto couldn't help but feel amazed at the sheer foresight his parents had when they built the underground shelter. It consisted mostly in a massive, single room, as big as any of the 2 floors of their house. There were multiple shelves full of canned food and bottled water, as well as good amount of medical supplies. While there was no visible decoration, there was some furniture as well, such as a large table, a few chairs, a pair of couches, and a pair of closets. And just like Shizun said, there was even a bathroom, which had a hefty supply of toilet paper. The walls were almost entirely covered in paper seals. Naruto managed to identify a few of them, such as armor seals and shield seals. The former were used to increase the hardness of whatever it was applied to, and the latter was used to nullify chakra-based attacks, mostly ninjutsu. There were also one-way silence seals, which wouldn't let any sound out of the room, but it would let the occupants of the room hear what was going on outside. There were many other seals that Naruto did not recognize, such as mirror seals and camouflage seals, which in conjunction made it nearly impossible for the shelter to be detected unless somebody already knew where it was located. He had heard Shizun said that not even a Sharingan or a Byakugan could be able to see through those seals. Naruto had been told that, due to both his heritage and his status as a Jinchuriki, many people would want to either hurt him or kidnap him, and thus they needed to do their best to protect him. But what kind of threat deserved something like this shelter? Were his parents aware of whatever was happening right now? If yes, why didn't they do anything to stop it before it happened? Naruto had far too many questions in his head. He needed to talk with their parents whenever everything calmed down. The blonde Jinchuriki was snapped from his thoughts when he felt somebody tugging the sleeve of this shirt. It was Kaida, who was looking at him with worried eyes. Naruto Naizen, is Mom and Shizun Nichan going to be okay? The white-haired girl asked. Naruto also wondered that. He had heard many yells, crashes, and explosions, but after some time, there was nothing but silence. Still, he was aware of how strong his adoptive mother and big sister were, and refused to believe that they were dead. Besides, he also had to be strong or else the twins would panic. Of course they are. Mom is the strongest woman who ever lived. Naruto said, putting up the best of his smiles. You should have seen her when we train. She can bring down a tree with just one punch. Can you imagine anybody being able to hurt her? Kaida slowly shook his head. Exactly. Yeah, guess that you're right. Kaida admitted, unconvinced. Naruto frowned. He really needed to do something so the twins would take their minds off of what was going on outside. Hey, since we're going to spend some time here, how about if we play something to pass the time? I'm sure Mom and Dad also left some board games or something like that, so let's take a look. Yes. Both twins said in unison, and the 3 kids split off to cover more ground. Kaida looked in the closets, but all that was there were spare clothes of many sizes, the smaller ones for her and her brothers, and the bigger ones for the adults. Naruto inspected the shelves, but all that he found was food and water. Hagane, however, found something behind one of the couches. Hey, take a look at this. The white-haired boy said. Naruto and Kaida dropped what they were doing and rushed to Hagane's side. In front of Hagane there was a cardboard box full of items, such as scrolls, a couple books, worn-out clothes and used ninja tools. One of the things that caught Naruto's attention was an opened envelope full of pictures. The Jinchuriki grabbed the envelope and took out the photographs from it. The twins also watched them intently. Hey look, that's Dad. Hagane pointed out. The first one was a picture of a much younger Jiraiya, alongside 3 kids. While there was nothing remarkable about the 2 of them, the third one got Naruto's immediate interest, a kid with spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes. Hey, that kid looks a lot like you, Nii-san. Kaida pointed out, voicing Naruto's thoughts. Do you know who is him? Jiraiya had told Naruto how he was his father's sensei, and how he would train Naruto so he would surpass his dad. A sad smile formed in his face. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Naruto put that pic at the back of the pile, and watched the next one. A brown-haired man with 3 other kids, one with long white hair, the other with long black hair, and a blonde girl with a ponytail. Who are those? Hagane asked. Naruto chuckled. Oh come on, don't tell me that you can't recognize your parents. Both twins' eyes opened wide. Those are mom and dad? No way. Kaida exclaimed. And who is the other guy? He looks scary, Hagane said as he pointed at the third teammate. Jiraiya and Tsunade almost never talked about their third teammate. All what Naruto knew is that his name was Orochimaru, and that he and Jiraiya had a falling out many years before Naruto was born. Another things I'll have to ask Dad about, Naruto thought. And who is this man? Naruto laughed once again. You might not recognize him now, but this man is the old man Hokage himself. Really? But, why isn't he wearing the Hokage hat? Kaida asked. The Hokage doesn't wear the hat all the time. I mean, we don't wear the same clothes all the time, right? But whenever I saw the Hokage he's always wearing that hat. Hagane mentioned. Maybe he wasn't the Hokage yet. Naruto wondered. But unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen was already Hokage when he was Jiraiya and Tsunade's sensei. They continued watching pictures, most of them were of Jiraiya with somebody else, though they were a couple of their biological parents. One that caught Naruto's attention was one in which appeared with 3 other kids, an orange-headed boy, a red-headed boy with weird eyes, and a smiling blue-haired girl. Dad never told me he was the sensei of another team. Man, I don't think I'm going to remember all the things I have to ask him. Hey, look at this book. Hagane said as he grabbed one of the books of the box. Naruto paled upon hearing his brother. A few months ago he learned what kind of books his father used to write for a living. What he read disgusted him, and his respect for Jiraiya dropped considerably. Don't touch that! Naruto shouted as he snatched the book from his brother's little hands. Hey! Sorry, but this book isn't for children. Nor for anyone but perverts, Naruto chided as he looked at the book in disgust. But his disgust was replaced by puzzlement when he saw the title. The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. Weird, this doesn't look like the kind of books Dad usually writes. But still, Jiraiya's name was in the cover. Naruto dared to see if his suspicions were correct, and opened the book on a random page. Turned out the book wasn't smut, but apparently an adventure story of a ninja called Naruto. Hey, you're reading the book, and you said that said book isn't for children. Kaida loudly protested. Sorry, I thought that this was other kind of book, but it's okay, children can read it. Do you want me to read it to you? Yes. Both twins said in unison. Naruto sat in one of the couches, with one twin at his side. He opened the book, and saw that there was a handwritten dedicatory. This book is dedicated to my godson Naruto. Yeah, your parents liked this book so much that they decided to name you after the main character. Funny, right? Anyway, I hope you like this book as much as your parents did, and I hope it also inspires you to become a great ninja. Better than the main character, and definitely better than me. Your godfather, Jiraiya. Naruto smiled tenderly upon reading the dedicatory. Now he really wanted to read the book and wondered why Jiraiya never showed it to him in the first place. He had to write down all the questions he had. Okay, let's start. Naruto started reading the first page. Naruto Musasabi jumped from tree branch to tree branch while looking for his enemy. There was only one thing in his mind, protecting Shuku, his home, at all costs. Pulling out a kunai, he readied for. You damn traitor! I hope you rot in dash. Shink. The last Uchiha of the zone was silenced by Ataka's katana. With this, it was 4 the squads the former clan heir had slaughtered. 3 which were fighting against other Konoha ninjas or guarding conquered zones, and 1 team which was sent to hunt him after somebody warned the rest of the clan about Ataka's killing spree. Even if none of them were even close to kill the Uchiha prodigy, Itaka was starting to feel tired. Reaching his pouch, he pulled a soldier pill and gulped it. He immediately felt his strength returning, but he knew he couldn't fight what was left of the clan by himself. Taking more than one soldier pill could have dangerous side effect, some of them which were immediate. This was the last Uchiha squad in this district. I have tracked another squad fighting against some Konoha ninja. They're 3 blocks away from the academy, the crow on his shoulder informed. Itachi nodded, and headed to the academy. What about Sasuke and Shisui? They didn't move since you left, the Kurakaze clone said. That's good. Besides, there's also Oh. Oh? What do you mean? Did something happen to Sasuke or Shisui? Itachi asked, almost panicking. No, it's not that. One of my clones found the Hokage. He's fighting against your father and other Uchihas. It doesn't appear that the Hokage is winning. What? Damn it. Where are they? At the top of the Hokage tower. Then that will be my next destination. Itachi jumped from roof to roof, heading to the Hokage tower. I hope I can be there in time. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. The 4 remaining Uchihas had surrounded the Hokage and bombarded him with fire jutsus from every angle. Dodging them wasn't option. Fortunately, it wasn't his only option. Earth release, Multiple Earth Dome Jutsu. Rocks appeared out of nowhere and formed once again a dome around the Hokage. However, another dome formed around the first one, and then a third one after that. The barrage of fireballs destroyed the outer dome, but left the other 2 relatively intact. Unbeknown to the Uchiha, Sarutobi was forming hand seals. Earth release, Death Ring Jutsu. The second dome suddenly shattered in thousands of sharp rocks, and flew outwards in every direction, impaling the 4 Uchiha. Fugaku and the other 2 managed to avoid all the damage with a well-placed body replacement, but the third one wasn't fast enough, and died the instant the sharp rocks pierced his body. Destroy that dome before he casts that jutsu again. Fugaku ordered. The other 2 Uchiha nodded, and threw several kunai with explosive tags attached to them at the dome. The explosions shattered the rock shelter. Sarutobi managed to escape the dome before the explosions could harm him, and wasting no time, made more hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen reared backwards, and exhaled a massive stream of white fire. Unfortunately for the Hokage, Fugaku's Sharingan copied the attack. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The 2 streams of white fire clashed against each other, pushing back and forth, though eventually Sarutobi's attack appeared to be the strongest. Unfortunately for Sarutobi, this wasn't a one-on-one duel. The 2 remaining Uchihas ran parallel to the streams of fire and unleashed a barrage of shuriken towards the Hokage. Cursing inwards, he cancelled his current jutsu and jumped, avoiding the shuriken shower, though some of them grazed his skin and nearly getting burnt by Fugaku's attack. Upon landing, Sarutobi nearly lost his balance and fell on one knee, and started to pant heavily. You know, Hiruzen, given all the trouble you gave me alone, I'm sure that, have you decided to keep some Umbu by your side, you would have come out of this alive. But this fight ends now, Fugaku stated. Why are you so sure, Fugaku-san? I already killed more than half of your men. What can possibly stop me from killing you and your 2 remaining squad mates? For starters, your age. While you're strong, you clearly can't keep fighting for much longer. How old are you, 70? People your age aren't known for their resistance, you know. You barely have any chakra left. There's also all the blood you lost already due to the wounds made by the kunai and shuriken that you couldn't dodge. Your movements have become slower and sloppier as the fight went on. And you can't barely stand on your feet. And lastly, the fact that you didn't realize that I just trapped you in a genjutsu, and my men already moved for the kill, Fugaku said, making a hand seal, dispelling the genjutsu. Suddenly, Sarutobi found his chest being impaled by 2 katanas, being held by Fugaku's 2 remaining men. The adamantine staff disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He felt what little energy had fading away, and in a few seconds, he fell to the ground, dead, not having enough time or energy to utter some last words. You've been a strong opponent, Hiruzen Sarutobi. History books will remember your valiant last stand. I can promise you that. Itachi-san, I'm afraid to tell you that the third Hokage had died, Kurakazi's clone said. Damn. Itaka loudly cursed. If the Hokage would have only lasted a couple more minutes. How many men has my father with him? 2. Itaka. Are you planning on fighting him? Even with that soldier pill, you're pretty worn out, the crow asked. Yes, I do. And he just fought the third Hokage, he has to be way more drained than I am. I believe I can defeat him. With my father out, the Uchiha will be leaderless, the few remaining squads will be destroyed or forced to surrender, and the coup will come to an end. I see that you made your decision. Is there something else I can do to assist you? Not anymore, Kurakazi-sama. You've been of great help here, but I can continue alone. Please keep watching over Shisui and Sasuke until this madness ends. As you wish, Itaka-san. Good luck, the crow clone said before flying away. Thank you. Itaka couldn't help but wonder what was he going to tell Sasuke when everything was over. After all, he was going to kill their father. Even if it was for a greater good, he was afraid that Sasuke wouldn't see it that way. No, I can't think about that. If I'm not focused, I won't be able to put an end to this. This is all my fault for not acting sooner, Itaki inwardly said, pushing his conflicting thoughts aside. Forgive me, Sasuke. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Itaka pulled several shuriken from his tool book, grabbing a handful on each hand. In a few jumps, he managed to reach the roof, leap over his father and his two unsuspecting teammates, and unleash the rain of metal. Fugaku managed to see Itaki in time, activated his Sharingan, and using his katana, deflected the shurikens aimed at him. The other two Uchiha, their guards lowered due to their apparent victory, and their senses momentarily dulled by the exhaustion and wounds received, didn't notice the newcomer and died almost instantly. Itaka landed in front of him, his katana on hand. Look who decided to show up, Fugaku spat in disgust. But I'm afraid that you're too late, son. The old regime is no more. To save the Hokage, maybe. But to end this madness, not even by a long shot, Itaka calmly replied. I've already killed half the clan, the other half being dealt with by Konoha's forces as we speak. Sorry father, but you lost already. And now, I shall execute you for starting this insurrection against Konoha, killing the Hokage, and causing the death of so many Konoha ninjas. Fugaku's face turned into an angry grimace. You insolent child. I knew you were rebellious, but to see such a betrayal coming from my own flesh and blood, the others were right about you. I merely banished you because I thought that you only needed some time alone to get your thoughts in order. But yes, I was too soft. If you weren't my son, I would probably have thrown you into a cell and tossed the key away. Which is what I should have done in the first place. I'm not a traitor, father. My loyalty has been, and will always be towards the village. It is you who betrayed Konoha by sparking this insurrection that won't bring anything good for any of the parties involved. Why did you do it, father? Why? Why? I did it for you, you ungrateful child. For both you and Sasuke. To give the clan a better future. The Uchiha clan would wither and die under the constant oppression of Konoha. But now, you just doomed all of us. Stop pinning the blame of your actions on me, father. This was never meant to end well. I merely accelerated the inevitable and cut some losses. Had I not done anything, this would have degenerated into a full-on civil war that would end up with Konoha's destruction. My only regret is not acting sooner. If I can't have Konoha, then Konoha won't have the Sharingan anymore. I'll gather the survivors, and start over again somewhere else. We will even create our own village. The Uchiha clan will thrive again. You are right that the Uchiha will thrive again. But they won't do it under your command, Itaka firmly stated as he raised his katana. The time for words has passed. Not it's time for you to pay for your treason. No, it's time for me to correct my mistakes. I won't let you jeopardize the future of my clan. Father and son dashed towards each other, staring each other in the eyes. When they were within their striking range, they moved their blades. Itaka's aimed at Fugaku's gut, and Fugaku's aimed at Itaka's neck. Fugaku's sword hit its mark the first. Itaka was stopped on his tracks the moment Fugaku's blade jammed on his neck. I'm sorry, son. A single tear fell from Fugaku's eye. He suddenly felt his eyes burning, as if his Sharinan changed into something else. However, Itaka suddenly turned into a murder of crows that flew away in every direction, and Fugaku saw a blade bursting through his chest. His heart had been pierced. It's me who is sorry. Itaki replied, tears coming from his eyes. As life started to slowly leave his body, the soon-to-be former Uchiha patriarch was invaded by an overwhelming sense of regret, as if the hate and anger towards Konoha that filled his heart and mind was dispelled, and could see things as they were. And realized that both Hiruzen and Itaka's words were right. Why is only in death that I find clarity? Fugaku bitterly thought. Itake, take care of Sasuke. I will, father. And thus, Fugaku Uchiha left the world of the living. Itaki removed his hands from his katana's handles, and Fugaku's lifeless body fell on his face on the ground. Itaki also fell on his knees, and started to cry inconsolably. All the rage, all the sorrow, all the emotions that he had been bottled for so much time couldn't be held anymore. But his grief was interrupted by a sharp pain attacking his eyes. They felt like they were burning. The same feeling that his father experienced seconds before dying. He then remembered a conversation he had with Shisui about the Sharinan evolving after experiencing the loss of a loved one. Itaki had awakened the main Jikyo Sharinan. Erg. A soft groan snapped Itaki out of his trance. He turned around, and saw that it came from the Hokage. Hokage-sama? Are you alive? Itaki shouted as he rushed towards the body of the fallen Hokage. He got no answer, but Sarutobi moved a little. Oh okay, try to keep your energy, I'll find some help. Itaka picked some of his own blood and made several hand seals. Summon Jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, one of Kurakazi's clones appeared. So soon? What's going on, Itaka-san? The blackbird said, before noticing the dying Hokage. Find a medic, please. We don't have much time. Yes, immediately. Noting there was no time to ask questions, Kurakazi fled away, while mentally transmitting the orders to the rest of his clones. Much to Itaka's bewilderment, a minute later one of the crows returned, carrying a large slug between his claws. The sun was started to emerge from the east. While Tsunade and Shizun were channeling their chakra through the immense healing network, they were surprised to see one of the Katsuya clones crawling as fast as she could towards them. Tsuan-sama. Shizun-san. The small slug said. The coup d'etat has been stopped. Combats had ceased already. We have healed all the wounded and there are no more people in danger, the slug announced. Those are good news indeed. Thanks for your help again, Katsuya-sama. Shizun smiled for the first time since the coup began. Then, she looked back at Tsunade, who looked like he was going to collapse at any time soon. Come on Tsunade-sama, we need to take you to the hospital. The kids. Tsunade murmured. Check the kids, first. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Shizun went back into the house, and much to her relief she saw that the secret trapdoor remained intact. She unlocked the seals, and entered the shelter. What she saw there was so cute, she had to restrain herself from squealing. The three kids were asleep on a couch, Naruto in the middle, with Hagane and Kaida resting their heads on Naruto's shoulders, with Naruto's arms wrapped around each of them. Naruto had an open book on his lap. Naruto did his best to try to make his siblings not to panic. Oh, you're such a good big brother. The medic thought, as her mouth formed a sweet smile. It almost pained me having to wake you up. After waking the kids up, the four of them headed outside, and much to their horror, they saw Tsunade, lying on the ground, motionless. Tsunade-sama. Mom. She's still alive, the Katsuya clone quickly said, as if guessing their collective thoughts. But her chakra is nearly depleted. She needs assistance as soon as possible. Shizun nodded. Come on kids, help me bring your mom to the hospital. Sasuke awoke next day as usual. He got dressed and got out of his room. His house seemed unusually silent. The young Uchiha felt that there was something wrong going on. Mother? Father? Sasuke asked, but got no response. Weird, his parents always got up at least an hour before he did. He went to the lower floor and inspected the rest of the house, and found it empty. Then, he heard a noise coming from upstairs. The black-haired boy rushed back to the upper floor, and saw Itake coming in through one of the windows. "Itake?" Suzuki asked, puzzled. He would be thrilled to see his brother if it wasn't for the fact that his clothes were soaked in blood, his face was red, and his entire body was trembling. What are you doing here?" "Suzuki, let's go down. There's something important I need to tell you." That morning, Suzuki awakened his Sherry-nan. Thanks to Itake and Tsunade's efforts, the Uchiha coup d'état was suffocated by the time the sun rose, and many people were saved from what would have been a certain death. Among them was Hiruzen Sarutobi, while in critical condition, managed to keep his life thanks to the Katsuya clone Kurakaze managed to bring, until actual medics arrived. Many couriers were sent to find the Jonin outside the village, urging them to drop or finish if they could whatever missions they were doing and return at once in order to help with the reconstruction efforts. Upon hearing the news of their failure and their leader's death, the few Uchihas left decided to go down fighting rather than surrender, since they knew that they would be executed anyway for committing an act of high treason. The mercenaries and criminals who didn't escape Konoha when it became obvious that they were fighting a losing battle decided to surrender instead. Those who had confirmed kills would be executed, while the rest would be sent to prison. A mass funeral was held in honor of all the people, both ninja and civilian, who were killed during the insurrection. While many people died, the most notable deaths were those of the clan leaders such as Hayashi Hayaga or Inoichi Yamanaka. Naruto did his best to comfort Hinata, who, like her mother and little sister, spent the entire ceremony crying their eyes out. Hinata's grief was contagious, since Naruto ended up crying as well, even if he barely knew Hayashi. It could be said that he could feel Hinata's pain. Naruto also recognized 3 of his classmates, Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, crying profusely as they were standing in front of Inoichi's grave. While Ino's grief was understandable, he didn't understand why Shikamaru and Koji were crying like that. Naruto didn't know that the 3 clans were very close, and Inoichi was an honorary uncle to both Shikamaru and Koji. There was also another funeral held after the main one, for Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, at Itake's request. Only Itake, Shisui, and Suzuki, the 3 remaining Uchihas alive, attended the ceremony. After the coup was quelled, there was an air of dread and hopelessness impregnating the very air of Konoha, something that it wasn't felt since the Kyuubi attacked 8 years ago. The near death of the 3rd Hokage was a huge blow to the population, especially the ninjas. Not only was he loved and respected, but unlike his successor, who was killed by, what most people believe it was, a mindless monster, Hiruzen Sarutobi was almost killed by the head of one of the most respected clans of Konoha. Besides that, many people couldn't help but wonder what was going to be of Konoha now. Losing one of its strongest clans was nothing but the tip of the iceberg. The Hayaga clan, who was the most numerous clan of Konoha, had lost nearly 40% of its members. And Konoha as a whole had lost almost 30% of its manpower, most of them Chunin and special Jonin. This losses, coupled with the lack of a Hokage, made many people fear that other villages would take advantage of this and invade them. The only thing they could do was pray for such thing not to happen, and that Konoha would elect a Hokage soon that would recover their former glory. 2 days after the coup d'état, Jiraiya rushed through the hospital halls, fearing for the worst. The Toad Sannin had an unpleasant sense of déjà vu when a ninja courier ran into him, and delivered the news of the Uchiha coup d'état, and the critical state of the 3rd Hokage. While the news were worrying on their own, the courier also mentioned that Tsunade, after being seriously wounded, used her immense healing network to help all the people fighting against the Uchiha and their mercenaries. She was now in critical condition as well. 8 years ago he lost one of his students. He could possibly lose his sensei, whom he loved like the father he never met. He couldn't lose his wife too. After making sure that he was in the right wing, Jiraiya started to check the door numbers until he found the right door. He slammed the door open, and much to his relief he saw that his former teammate, current wife, and mother of his children was alive and seemingly well. Shizen, Naruto, Hagane, and Kaido were present too, but he wouldn't register their presence until later. "Dad," Naruto said, perking up. "Hey, look who's back," Tsunade weakly mentioned, looking at Jiraiya with a small smile. Jiraiya didn't say anything, and rushed to hug her. Ah! Not so hard! Tsunade shouted, wincing in pain. I've been impaled, you know. Sorry, sorry. Jiraiya frantically replied, breaking the hug. It's that, when they told me what happened to you, I feared for the worst, and seeing you alive and well. Yeah, I know, Tsunade replied dismissively. Though they mentioned that it will be a few weeks before they let me out of here. Yippee-yay, she added unenthusiastically. Jiraiya smiled in return. Then he noticed something weird about Tsunade's forehead. Mostly, her strength of 100 seal looked different. It was bigger than usual, with uneven sides and angles. It almost looked like a badly done drawing. Tsunade, what happened to your seal? Oh, this. She asked, pointing at her forehead. Well, Kaido was sad for me, losing my diamond, so I made her a new one. The white-haired girl proudly said, while holding a purple marker. And Mom made me another one too. Jiraiya noticed that his daughter also had a diamond drawn on her forehead, but this one looked better drawn. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at her daughter's cutesy antics. Jiraiya, can you put some privacy seals around the room? I need to talk to you about something, the slug princess asked. Jiraiya nodded, and after a few minutes, the toad sage indicated that it was now safe to talk without fear of being spied. Tsunade-sama, do you want me to take the kids outside? Shizune asked, guessing what the topic of the conversation was going to be. Yes, please. Take them to eat something. You should eat too, Shizune. Shizune nodded, and left Jiraiya and Tsunade alone in the room. After Shizune and I dealt with the Uchiha sent to arrest us, somebody else appeared. A masked man wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Said man had a Sharingan and could use wood release. What? Jiraiya asked in disbelief. But that's Dash. And that's not the worst part. The man flat out admitted that he was the one behind the Kyuubi attack 8 years ago. He said that he was using the coup d'état as a smokescreen to get to Naruto and finish the job. Jiraiya was speechless. He knew that the person behind such acts had to be someone powerful, but this was beyond his wildest guesses. He couldn't help but feel worried about Naruto if such a man was after him. Naruto needed to be stronger. Hell, Konoha as a whole needed to be stronger. Fortunately, somebody was about to handle him the necessary tools for such task. There was a knock at the door. Jiraiya deactivated the privacy seals, while Tsunade told whoever was outside to come in. It was Numbu with a bear mask. Jiraiya-sama, the Council of Elders requires your presence at the Hokage Tower, the Umbu announced. The Toad Sannin groaned, while a frown appeared on his face. Ugh, wonder what those old farts want now. Sarutobi-sensei is no longer able to continue as a Hokage. It isn't obvious? They want you to take his place, Tsunade mentioned. Ha 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 ha. Me, Hokage, that's a good one, Haim. Jiraiya replied, genuinely chuckling. Thanks for the joke, I really needed to laugh. Anyway, I'll come to see you later. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a kiss on her lips before leaving the room. Hokage Tower. Okami, you guys aren't joking. Jiraiya's face turned into a grimace. Sitting in front of him were Homura Mito-Kato and Koharu Yudiden, Sarutobi's former teammates, and later counselors after retiring from ninja duty. Did we look like we were joking? Homura crossed his arms, annoyed. Well, you guys look like you don't even know the meaning of the word fun, that's why it was all the more shocking, Jiraiya retorted, making the elders to frown. Listen, Jiraiya, we lost 2 Hokages in less than a decade, not to mention our recent losses. We need to appoint a new Hokage as soon as possible, and sadly for everybody, you're our best candidate, Koharu said. Come on, I'd suck at being Hokage. There has to be a candidate better than me, Jiraiya protested. Danzo-san also talked with us about giving him our support to become Hokage. A better candidate that's not a sociopath. Listen, we aren't going to support you because we like you, or even because we think that you'll make a great Hokage. We are going to do it because it is what Hiruzen wanted, Homura calmly explained. Listen, I know that Sarutobi-sensei had faith in me as a ninja, but me being Hokage? I find that hard to believe. Or did he wake up from his coma already and told you that? Then it's a good thing you don't have to believe just us, Homura replied while leaving a scroll in front of the Sannin. We found this on Hiruzen's desk. Maybe you should read it. Skeptical, Jiraiya took the scroll and opened it. It appeared to be Sarutobi's last will. The Sannin started to read. If you're reading this, then I'm more than likely dead, probably by the hand of Fugaku Uchiha, or one of his clansmen. Many years ago, we had some evidence that suspected that at least an Uchiha was responsible of the Kyuubi attack 8 years ago. Some believed that it was the whole clan. I didn't share this opinion, and even started an investigation to exonerate the clan. Still, it seemed that word of this was made public. The populace of Konoha distrusted the Uchiha, and the Uchiha resented Konoha in return. I tried my best to solve the situation peacefully, but my efforts failed. But then again, I can't think what I could have done save have all the clan swiftly executed by a group of assassins. And honestly, I can't see myself doing that and continue to be able to sleep at night. But that doesn't change the fact that I failed this village. Now I see that maybe I should have never taken back the Hokage's hat after I was unable to handle the Third Ninja World War better. I tried to think of this a second chance to fix my past mistakes, but in the end all I did was make even more mistakes. Now I see that I should have appointed either Jiraiya or Tsunade as the 5th Hokage when they returned to take care of Minato's son, Naruto. But now, I'm going to fix one of those mistakes. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I know that sooner or later you will be reading this. I want one of you to take a step forward and lead the village. Both of you have the perfect combination of power, experience, and wisdom I like to think I have, but without my old age to hinder you. You may think that this is too much for you, but I have faith in you. Konoha needs you more than ever. And if the years you've spent here didn't reawaken your love for this village, do it at least for Naruto. Try to keep the village in one piece until he's old enough to take the mantle. I believe that there's some truth behind that little rascal's boasts. I feel that Fugaku and his Uchiha are getting closer, so I'll wrap this up. First of all, do not lose hope, and keep the will of fire in your hearts. That's the key for Konoha to recover the glory it will inevitably lose this night. Second, I know for a fact that at least 2 Uchihas are not part of this insurrection. Do not ostracize them, and any other Uchiha not involved in this, or blame them for the sins of their misguided clansmen. And lastly, since I won't see them again, I want you to tell my sons and grandchildren that I loved them more than anything, and that both Biwako and me will watch over them from the pure world. Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha. The 2 counselors watched intently how Jiraiya's expression changed after he read the whole letter, especially the part that talked about him and Tsunade. Once they guessed that the Sannin finished reading, they spoke again. Like the letter says, the other candidate for Hokage would be your wife, but she will be stuck on a hospital bed for quite some time, if what the Umbu told us is right. And we can't wait that much, Koharu said. Besides, we also believe that taking Tsunade away from the hospital to place her on the Hokage's office would be a disservice to the village. Not only our healthcare has improved considerably since she took charge of the hospital, but the number of medicnin, as well as their overall skill has increased considerably since her return, Homura explained. You made it sound as if I only sit at home and write my novels. I do work for the village too, you know. I'm the main intelligence gathered of the village. Jiraiya protested. True. But I'm sure that you can send somebody else to meet your spies, or train other people in the art of collecting information. But we can't just ask a medic of Tsunade's caliber to stay at an office doing paperwork. Jiraiya groaned loudly. Part of him was already regretting coming back to the village. Taking care of Naruto was doable, but being Hokage? Not in 1,000 years. But then again, the thought of handing the Hokage mantle to Danzo was nightmarish, to say the least. Sighing in defeat, Jiraiya was forced to admit that he had only one choice. All right. I'll become the new Hokage. Excellent. We'll announce your appointment this afternoon. Later that day, sometime during afternoon. Jiraiya had never been so nervous in his whole life. Well, maybe the day before his wedding. But then again he was only marrying to one woman. This was like being married to the entire village. While the 2 elders were talking to the people gathered around the tower, Shizun was adjusting his robes and making sure that he was presentable. Naruto, Kaida, and Hagana were present as well. "So, how do I look?" Jiraiya asked. "Absolutely imposing, Jiraiya-sama," Shizun beamed. Jiraiya, however, frowned in return. "Listen Shizun, I'm still trying to work out what kind of relationship you and Tsunadeheim have, but drop the honorifics when talking to me, okay?" "Jiraiya is enough," the Sannin replied. He really wanted to tell her that for a long time. "Given that you're about to become Hokage, I don't see that happening anytime soon," Shizun retorted, never losing her smile. Jiraiya's scowl deepened. "And without further ado, meet the fifth Hokage." Homura's voice said. "That's your cue, Jiraiya-sama. Go and impress them." Shizun patted Jiraiya on the back. "Yeah, you can do it Dad." Hagana cheered. "We will be here cheering you." Kaida added. "Soon you'll be the second best Hokage this village ever had." Naruto said. Jiraiya looked at him, puzzled. "Second best? Who's the best then?" "Oh, never mind, I see what you did there." Naruto chuckled in return. Wasting no time, Jiraiya walked towards the edge of the tower, and took a look at the huge crowd below him. They were silent, expecting him to say something. He'll better not keep them waiting. "People of Konoha." Jiraiya began his speech. "Usually, the appointment of a new Hokage is a reason to celebrate. Yet I can see that nobody here feels in the mood to celebrate anything. Konoha went through one of its darkest moments second only to the Kyuubi attack. Many good ninja died. Parents lost children and children lost their parents. However, I ask you not to be consumed by grief and stand strong. Because we already went through something similar not too long ago, and we were back on our feet in no time, and this time it won't be different. Our beloved third Hokage, my sensei, might not be with us anymore, but his will, the will of fire, still is. The third Hokage would have all of you to move on with your lives, to be happy, to keep the village strong and running. That's why I'm going to honor my master's last request, and become Hokage, and work as hard as I can to honor his legacy. And that's why you are going to do likewise, so everybody who wants to harm us know that this village can resist anything." People started to cheer loudly once Jiraiya finished his speech. All present members of Jiraiya's family smiled at him. He's always been such a good orator. It's a pity Tsunade-sama isn't here to see him. She would have loved it, Shizun thought. Orochimaru's main base, land of the rice fields. After much time waiting, Obito appeared from his trademark swirling vortex, and looked as if he had been trampled by an stampede of mad elephants. His cloak was completely torn, his mask was nearly broken, his body had multiple bruises, and a whole arm was missing. Another Akatsuki member was expecting his arrival. "Welcome back, Obito-kun," Orochimaru sardonically greeted, chuckling. "It seems that Tsunadeheim made a number on you, didn't she? Kukyaku, first Minato-kun, and now her. You need to pick your battles better, Obito-kun." "Shut up." Obito growled as he took his broken mask and tossed it away. "And prepare the operation table. Yes, it looks like you need some surgery as if there's no tomorrow. You know, Orochimaru, if I didn't need you, I would have killed you long time ago," Obito snarled, angry at the Snake Sannin's taunts. "If you think so," Orochimaru shrugged, at no point dropping his unnerving smile. "While I don't need to ask how the main mission went, did you at least get something of use out of this mess?" Without saying anything, Obito pulled out 3 sealing scrolls from inside his torn cloak and tossed them to Orochimaru. The yellow-eyed man unsealed its contents. The first one was a pile of Byakugan eyes. The second was just a single pair of Byakugan eyes. And the last one was a single Sharingan eye. "A nice loot, but I think mine is better. Is there a reason for these Byakugan are separated from the rest?" "Yes. They're the eyes of the Hyuga clan head. You can have some of the others if you want, but I need those eyes specifically, so don't touch them." While Orochimaru was tempted to ask more about that, he felt that Obito wouldn't be in the mood to satisfy his curiosity. Not that it mattered, he could learn about Obito's secret plans on his own later. "By the way, how about the modifications I made to your body? Even if they weren't of any help in the end, Did you notice any improvements? Yes. It took me much less effort to use wood release, but I still can't give my jutsus all the power I'd like. Baby steps, Obito-kun, baby steps. Sometimes science doesn't advance as fast as we wish. That's why my first priority was to find a way to prolong my lifespan beyond its natural limit. Then you should make to find a way to improve my body even further your first priority now. At least, as long as you want me to continue providing you with more genetic material from Hashirama. You hurt my feelings, Obito-kun. My work always produces the best results. So, what shall it be, the Byakugan, or the Sharingan? The latter. I see. Do you miss having the two of them? Because I certainly would have chose the former. For additional versatility, you know. I have my reasons, Orochimaru. Now prepare the demonstration table. Of course, Obito wasn't going to tell the Snake Sannin about Shisui's eye special properties. Nor anybody in Akatsuki, for that matter. Trust wasn't something you could find in an organization almost exclusively composed by criminals. A few minutes later, Obito was strapped to the operation table. Orochimaru looked at him from above with a sadistic smile. If only all his test subjects had Obito's enthusiasm and eagerness. All right, let's start with the eye, then I'll fix the rest of your body. Do you want anesthetics? Orochimaru pulled out a syringe, full of a greenish liquid. You should know better already, Obito spat at him. No anesthetics then, the Snake Sannin put the syringe away, and pulled out an scalpel. Then let me tell you that this is going to hurt a lot. But you should know that already, shouldn't you? Cease your attempts at intimidating me, Snake. I don't feel pain anymore. Kukyaku, I wonder what our leader would say about that. Chapter 12. The Uchiha-ku, Part 4, Aftermath. Or, shall we start rebuilding Konoha? The first law Jiraiya passed wasn't exactly well received, though then again, he already expected that reaction. The clan discrimination bill was a law that harshly punished those who attacked, discriminated, or ostracized anybody for belonging to a certain clan. It was painfully obvious that, even if it affected all clans, the point of this law was to protect the last three remaining Uchihas from the wrath of the rest of Konoha, particularly of those who lost somebody during the failed coup d'état. In fact, once the news that Itachi, Shisui, and Sasuke were still alive, a mob formed headed to the Uchiha compound, where the three of them were at the moment, ready to kill them, and eradicate the threat of the red-eyed demons. Fortunately, the Umbu acted quickly and dispersed the mob before they could cause any harm. Jiraiya couldn't help but think that if it wasn't for Tsunade and him, similar mobs would have formed to kill Naruto. Maybe that was the reason as for why Sarutobi wanted to enact a law to stop people from even mentioning the Kyuubi. Jiraiya had a meeting with the two older Uchihas in order to discuss the future of the clan, which turned out more interesting than he had anticipated. Shisui told him about his failed role in stopping the coup, and how Danzo had stolen his eye in order to obtain its brainwashing powers. But even after Jiraiya ordered Danzo's installations to be searched, he never found the eye. Naturally, Danzo denied everything. Given that Danzo has been very vocal about how they shouldn't trust the Uchihas, people weren't exactly pleased either with Jiraiya siding with the latter over the former. Jiraiya appointed Shisui, being the older at 22, the new head of the Uchiha clan. His first action was, as expected, to rescind Fugaku's banishment of Itachi. Shisui also handled most of the Uchiha clan's properties to Konoha, including the entire Uchiha compound, as a compensation for the coup, while in turn asked for a new house for them to live. Jiraiya bought them a 4-room penthouse near the southern gate. They moved there as soon as possible, since Shisui liked to see their new home as the symbol of a new beginning for the Uchiha. Still, everything was far from perfect for the remaining Uchihas, especially the youngest one. Sasuke? Itachi asked, not daring to enter his brother's room, despite the door being open. Sasuke's room, while big, only had a bed, a closet, and a small bedside table. Sasuke was sitting on his bed, looking at the window. I was wondering, would you like to go training with me? In the past, Sasuke would have jumped in joy whenever Itachi mentioned training together. But now, he hardly reacted. I see, you're not in the mood, so I saw that we have almost no food yet. Wanna go to eat out, the three of us together? Once again, it was as if Suzuki didn't even hear him. Despite wanting to get Suzuki to open up to him, Itaka took the hint and decided to leave. Well, if you ever want to talk to me about anything, just tell me, okay? Itaka pleaded, hoping for an answer that never came. Itaka left Suzuki's room, and were to the living room, which was rather big, but looked empty due to its bare furniture. At the very least, it had a couple of couches, one of them being occupied by Shisui. So, how did it go? Any progress? The one-eyed Uchiha asked. No, still the same. But I can't blame him. How do you react when your older brother kills your father and half your clan? Hey, don't beat yourself over it. He'll realize that you did the right thing. Right now, he needs some time alone to cope with this and deal with his feelings. Once he gets ready, he'll open up to you. You sound really sure. Come on, Itaka, your brother worships the ground you walk on. He'll get out of his trance sooner or later. Still, I'm afraid that Suzuki will never be the same again. Nobody can go through an experience like this and remain unaffected. Things will never be like they were in the past. And that's not even taking into account the fact that almost all of Konoha hates us. So we will work to make things better. Come on, Itaka, I know that what you did would left anybody scarred for life, but you need to be strong. Suzuki isn't going to get any better if his big brother is so sullen. And why are you so chipper? The guy who gouged out your eye got away scot-free. I'd think you'd be seething in rage right now. And I would be, if I didn't have a date with the prettiest medic of Konoha, Shisui announced, his mouth forming a huge smile. Itaka raised an eyebrow. Shizune accepted going on a date with you? Did she lose a bet or something? Shisui crossed his arms. You know, Itaka, normally I wouldn't leave that jab unanswered, but that also means that you still have some sense of humor left, so there may be hope for you. Itaka couldn't help but chuckle in response. By the way, I recently got a message from Nekoba. She accepted my proposal of moving her shop to Konoha. Really? Those are good news, Itaka replied, smiling a little. Right now, we're going to need all the possible allies. She said she was also doing it for Tamaki. That abandoned city wasn't place for a little girl. And she even said that she might enroll Tamaki on the academy. That's even better. Suzuki definitely could use a friend like her. Now that you mention it, Suzuki never made any friends in the academy, right? Shisui asked. Sadly, no. He was more preoccupied with his ninja training, and considered socializing a waste of time. That's awful. Maybe if he had some friends, they could help him deal with all this crap. Itaka was pensive for a few seconds, when suddenly he realized something. Shisui? Yes. Have you ever thought in getting an eye transplant? Because I'm sure Konoha has now plenty of Sharinon that nobody is using. Shisui chuckled. Funny thing, Shizune asked me the same. And the answer is that I don't want the eye of some stranger in my face, it feels creepy. I'll wait until I recover my other eye. In the meantime, I'll manage with one eye. That may never happen. Then so be it. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly opened his eyes. He felt very weak. No, weak wasn't the word. He felt numb. As if his brain barely noticed the rest of his body. Still, the sensation felt familiar. He probably guessed that it was the work of the many medicaments running through his body, as well as painkillers. Looking around, he realized that he was on a hospital room, lying on a bed. And sitting besides that bed was a large, white-haired man, glaring daggers at him. Took you long enough to wake up, you old monkey, Jiraiya spat at him. Sarutobi could see that his former student was angry at him, though he could also discern that it was the kind of anger born of worry. Sarutobi chuckled. It's that a way to talk to your sensei and Hokage, Jiraiya? The Hokage weakly asked. It would be, if you were still Hokage, Jiraiya tossed a scroll at him. You're in front of your new boss, sensei. And you tell your sons and grandkids that you love them. Sarutobi opened the scroll, and immediately recognized it as his last will. How can you have this? This was meant to unseal the moment I died. Oh, you were dead. For about 3 minutes, Thanks Kami for our medics, Jiraiya said. Then his face morphed into a mask of fury. What the hell were you thinking, sending your Umbu away and facing the Uchihas alone? It's a miracle you're still alive. Like I told Fugaku-san, I can defend myself, other people cannot, Hiruzen replied, meeting Jiraiya's angry stare with one of his own. Speaking of which, what happened with him? Dead. His brat killed him. As so are most of the Uchiha. Sarutobi averted his gaze, and cursed inwardly. That was catastrophic, to say the least. Did at least any Uchiha survive? 3. As far as we know, Fugaku's 2 brats, and Shisui. And hear this, Shisui claims that he was about to use some sort of Sharingan jutsu to stop the coup before it started, but he was assaulted by Danzo and stole one of his eyes. Do you know any of this? Sarutobi sighed, and looked at Jiraiya with set eyes. Unfortunately, yes. Shisui was my trump card against the Uchihas. It would be a way to stop the coup without spilling blood. Fugaku told me that the last time Shisui was seen he was talking with some Umbu. This confirms my fears. I already had Danzo and his installations searched, but the eye did not appear. Danzo claims Shisui's lying. Still, I believe that after what you said Fugaku told you we have enough evidence of his treachery to put him out of commission. Sadly, I don't believe that the testimony of an Uchiha, especially of a dead one, will hold much weight now. We will get Danzo, but not now. Just keep a close eye on him. Sooner or later, he will make a mistake, then we will act. I see, Jiraiya said standing up. I better go back to the tower. I have a big-ass pile of paperwork with my name on it, and those 2 old farts of your teammates aren't going to give me the time of the day if I don't get started already. Ah, paperwork. That's something I'm definitely not going to miss, Hiruzen replied with a cheeky smile. I hope you enjoy the hospital food, because you are going to stay here a long time, sensei, Jiraiya mentioned, smiling back at him. I'll pay you a visit whenever I have some spare time. The next few days were hellish for Jiraiya. Between meetings, passing laws, approving missions, relationships with other villages and many other duties he had now, he swore he would go crazy at any time. He could almost hear the voice of Sarutobi, laughing at him from the hospital. However, this particular meeting was something he was eager to get on with. In front of him was an androgynous-looking boy. Jiraiya swore it was a girl before being corrected by the boy himself, who was a similar age to Naruto. Besides him, there was a tall, muscular man, completely wrapped in chains, and held in place by 2 Umbu. So, Zabuza Mamakai, Jiraiya started, crossing his fingers under his chin. You're quite far away from the land of water. Since your coup d'etat on Kirigakure failed, were you trying your luck in Konoha? I have no interest in Konoha, Jiraiya. This was merely a job, Zabuza replied, not losing his cool. By the way, what a surprise to see you here. My bingo book didn't say that you were back in Konoha, and as a Hokage no less. My promotion is a recent one. I got the job because your client put my boss out of commission. And honestly, I would have you executed right now and your head sent on a wrapped box to Yagura for helping the Uchiha. But luckily for you, this child here might save your sorry ass. Ah, yes, because of his ice release, right? Yes, Konoha has quite the fascination with the bloodline limits. Turn out Haku is an even better tool than I imagined, Zabuza said, chuckling. After having his brain scanned by TNI, the Umbu found the boy on a tent in the outskirts of Konoha. Apparently the kid was a survivor of the infamous bloodline purges from the land of water, and the last of his clan, no less. The opportunity to have another bloodline limit on Konoha was just too good to pass. So, the demon of the hidden mist, your subordinate's the demon brothers, is he the demon kid or something? Jiraiya retorted. Then he regretted using that nickname, given that it was exactly how some villagers referred to Naruto. It would have been, had I have more time to train him properly, Zabuza replied. You're one of the last persons I'd imagine taking care of child, Zabuza. Haku has powers that I could have used in my goals, and I believe that you're going to do the same, right Jiraiya? Come on, let's stop beating around the bush and tell me, what do you plan to do with us already? First of all, it's Hokage Sama to you, scum, Jiraiya spat, scowling at the Kiri swordsman, while projecting some killing intent. Now, this is what we're going to do. From the time being, you will be sent to jail, and Haku here will attend our ninja academy. Once Haku graduates, and if there's no incidents while you're there, you'll be out on probation. While on probation, you will carry out missions for the village. Once I believe your debt with the village is paid, both you and Haku will be released, free of any charge and to go wherever you please. As you can see, it's a pretty reasonable deal. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't mention that his plan relied on the possibility of Haku growing attached to Konoha and not wanting to leave with Zabuza once the swordsman's probation ends. Zabuza already guessed this, but some things are better left unsaid. What if I refuse? Zabuza tentatively asked. Then you will be immediately executed, and Haku will be sent to a certain acquaintance of mine which will brainwash him into an obedient drone, and once he becomes old enough he'll be forced to have children with several women of Konoha in order to produce ice release users. Not a very good alternative for either of you. But this isn't just your choice. Jiraiya stared at Haku in the eyes. What do you say, kid? Do you want to save your pal and become a Konoha ninja? Haku was trembling. He looked at Zabuza with fearful eyes as if looking for his approval. The demon of the hidden mist merely nodded, and Haku echoed the gesture. Yes, I'd like to become a ninja of Konoha. But please, do not harm Zabuza-sama. Haku pleaded. Zabuza won't receive any harm. He's going to go to prison. While it's hardly a pleasant place, I'm sure his reputation will keep him safe, Jiraiya said as he made a hand motion, and the Umbu took Zabuza away. Another couple of ninjas entered the office, a brown-haired man that couldn't stop coughing, and a woman with long, purple hair. These are Hayate Gecko and Yojeo Izuki. They volunteered to take care of you as long as you stay here. I trust you'll be fine with them. Haku looked at his new guardians, who smiled at him. Still, Haku's sadness did not disappear. He then turned back at the Hokage. Can I visit Zabuza-sama? Yes, you can, as long as your legal guardians allow it. Jiraiya was already expecting that question, and had the prison visiting schedule on hand. From what I can read here, you can visit him on Tuesdays and Fridays. Visits will be up to 45 minutes. Do you have any more questions? Haku shook his head. No, that's all, Hokage-sama. If that's the case, you may as well start to get acquainted with your new legal guardians. Yojeo took a step and grabbed Haku's hand. Come on Haku-kun, now we'll show you your new home. You'll love living with us. I'm sure I will, Yojeo-san, Haku replied, thought deep down he doubted it. As Naruto walked towards the Hyuga compound, part of him screamed to turn back and return home. He knew that the Hyuga clan was among those most damaged by the coup, and they probably weren't in the mood to greet visitors. And even if they did, he wasn't sure if Hinata would want to see him. But then again, he needed to see Hinata. Not because of him, but to check how she was doing and make sure that she knew he was there to support her. Seeing the compound entering his field of vision, Naruto sighed. Let's get this over with. As expected, the gate was guarded by Takuma Hyuga. Naruto smiled upon seeing that one of the few Hyuga he got to know besides Hinata and her immediate family managed to survive the debacle. He went to greet the gate sentinel. Hey, Takuma. It's okay if I drop by? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head. The Hyuga looked at him, and smiled. Of course, Naruto-san. You know you will always be welcomed here. Do you come here to see Hinata-sama? Yeah. She was pretty down at the funeral, and I wanted to see how she's doing. Though maybe she doesn't want to see me. Oh, I find that doubtful. While it's sure that Hinata-sama is taking Hayashi-sama's death as anybody would expect, I'm sure that seeing you would brighten her mood. Let's hope you're right, Naruto said, giving a hint of a smile. If that's the case, then I won't keep her waiting. As Naruto walked through the halls, he felt the compound was way more empty than usual. The few Hyugas that ran into him often acknowledged him with a nod, but after asking them about Hinata, none of them gave him any clear answers. One of them told him that Hinata was in the main dojo training, but when he arrived there he found it empty. Are you looking for somebody? A voice said behind him. Naruto turned around, and saw another Hyuga. He was the boy Hinata would often spar against. Niji was his name, or so he thought. Yeah, I'm looking for Hinata. Do you know where she is? Hinata-sama just finished her training, and is now having a bath. Hinata-sama likes to spend a long time in the bathtub, so I believe it will be at least half an hour until she's presentable, Niji explained. His tone was oddly neutral. I see. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head again. Your name was Niji, right? Yes, that is correct. Did you lose somebody the night the Uchihas attacked? Naruto asked. Niji raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the boy's bluntness. But then again, whenever he heard his clansmen talking about Naruto, this was one of his perks they mentioned the most. The boy made quite an impression the first time Hinata brought him to the compound. No. Unless we count Hayashi-sama, my uncle. But then again, we were never exactly close, so his loss didn't have the same effect on me as if I lost my father. I didn't lose anybody either. Guess that we were luckier than Hinata. Luck has nothing to do with it. It was fate. Naruto frowned. Fate? You think Hinata's dad was meant to die? I don't think it. I know it, Niji said, sure of himself. That's a bunch of nonsense. If Hinata's dad was predestined to die or something else, then he could have avoided it. You're not getting it. I don't mean that I knew Hayashi-sama was going to die, but that his death was already set in motion by forces beyond our control, and there was nothing we could do about it. I'm not getting that either. Then allow me to use another example. Do you know about how our clan is divided? Yeah. Hinata told me a bit about it, thought I didn't understand that either, Naruto replied, making Niji sigh. In that case I'll try to use the simplest terms possible. You see, in order to protect the secrets of the Byakugan, the clan is divided into two groups, the main house and the branch house. The branch house is supposed to protect and serve members of the main house. To ensure their obedience, and protect the Byakugan, we members of the branch house wear the caged bird seal. Niji pointed at the green seal on his forehead. Hey, I've been starting to study seals. Naruto eagerly said. What does your seal do? When I die, the seal will destroy my Byakugan so enemies of Konoha won't be able to get it from my corpse. And a main house member can use the seal to cause me an unbearable pain, should he or she choose to do it. But, that's horrible. Why do you allow such thing to happen? Because we can't do nothing about it. You see, my father and Hayashi-sama were twins. But since Hayashi-sama was the older one, he got to be the clan heir, while his brother, my father, was marked with the seal, and made leader of the branch house. That would mean that any children he had, namely me, would be fated to be part of the branch house, and bear this cursed seal. Now, the night the Uchiha attacked, the branch house members, such as my father, were tasked with protecting the children and the elderly from the Uchiha, and take them from the compound to one of the shelters, while the main house members, such as Hayashi-sama, fought against the invaders. Many main house members died that night, but almost no one from the branch house. Had my father been born first, he would have died in place of Hayashi-sama. Do you understand it now? I think I do. But I don't believe in that fate crap. So are you saying that me being Hokage or not has already been decided? Yes. But I wouldn't worry if I were you. Your adoptive father has recently become Hokage, and his sensei was Hokage as well. Fate seems to be smiling at you in that regard, Naruto. That's nonsense. If Dad became Hokage was because he worked hard to become an awesome ninja, not because of that fate crap. Believe what you want. That won't change the truth. By the way, your wait is already over, Niji said, looking at something or somebody behind Naruto. Naruto turned around, and saw Hinata in her usual clothes. Naruto-kun. Hinata-sama, Naruto has come here to see you, Niji said, making a slight bow. Thanks for keeping him company, Niji Naizen. If you don't require anything more from me, I will take my leave then, Niji said. Hinata nodded, and her cousin left the dojo. Now that Niji was out of the way, Naruto felt a bit more comfortable. So Hinata, how's everything going? It's good. I'm trying to be strong. Thanks for your interest in my well-being, Naruto-kun. It means a lot to me. Hey, that's what friends are for. Naruto replied, his mouth forming a foxy grin. If you want anything, you only need to ask. You being here already lifts my spirits, Hinata assured, trying to smile. So, what was Niji Aizen talking you about, Naruto-kun? I swear I hear him mentioning the caged bird seal. Yeah, he told me about it. Why does half of your clan is forced to wear it? Naruto said. He was clearly put off by such revelation. Hinata hoped that this wouldn't make him see her or her family in a negative light. It's a tradition that has been present for generations. That doesn't make it any more right. If I ever become clan head, I will try to convince everybody to abolish it. It hadn't done nothing but create strifes and misery, especially on branch house members like Niji Aizen. So that's why he looks and acts so uptight. Sadly, yes. Deep down, Niji Aizen is a kind and caring person, but the seal soured his spirit a bit. Back when we were little, he was the most cheerful boy around. He never stopped smiling. Well, guess what? Besides being Hokage, I will also help you become the next clan head so you can make the Hyuga better. Really? That would be great, Naruto-kun. By the way, now that your father is, well, no longer with us, Naruto was struggling to address the issue in a delicate way, definitely not his forte. Who's going to be the clan head? Your mom. Hinata nodded. Yes. Fortunately, Mother also shares my views regarding the caged bird seal and the division of the clan. Maybe together we can change things. Speaking of which, how is Tsunade-sama? I heard she was gravely wounded during the insurrection. Oh, she's fine. It takes something more than a blade to the gut in order to take mom out. She has to stay a couple more weeks at the hospital, but the doctors says she's fine. Hinata sighed in relief. Good to hear. I'd hate if you lost your mom. Hey, speaking of which, would you like to go with me to pay her a visit? He gets bored as hell in the hospital, and I'm sure she'd love seeing you. Hinata smiled. Of course, Naruto-kun. Let me change first into something more appropriate. In the outskirts of Konoha, two figures were walking through a path that led towards the ninja village, one smaller than the other, an adult and a child, both redheads. One of them, the child, who wouldn't be older than 9, wore glasses. Look, Karen, the woman said, pointing into the distance. Our long journey is finally over. The girl, Karen, adjusted her glasses and narrowed her eyes to see the village better. Why do you think this place will be different from the others, Mom? Karen asked. Because I know that there's an Uzumaki here. Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin. She will protect us. How can she be an Uzumaki if she's named Senju? Carrie asked, a bit flabbergasted. Because she also has Uzumaki blood running through her veins. Come on, once we meet her, she'll help us to set up a home in Konoha. I hope you're right, Mom. I'm tired of being on the run all the time. Once the Umbu allowed him to, Irika entered the Hokage's office. Jiraiya was sitting on his desk, reading something. You called me, Hokage-sama? The teacher asked. Yes, Irika. Please take a seat. Jiraiya made a hand motion to an empty chair in front of him. Once Irika sat down, the Sannin continued. You see Irika, I called you here because I'm about to do a rather big reform on the academy curriculum. Irika shifted on his seat, feeling uneasy. I see, and how big are we talking about? Pretty big. You see, Tsunade and I have been reviewing the curriculum and found it rather lacking. But before we get into that, I'd like to discuss a big discrepancy when it comes to the academy graduates. I don't think I'm following you, Hokage-sama. So far, the academy graduation rate is nearly 100%. Yet the true genin exam approval rate is just a merely 33%. From that 66% remaining, only about 5 to 10% actually return to the academy to continue their careers. The rest decided to quit and move to civilian schools. That would mean that little more than about 35% of the academy graduates actually become ninjas. Which means that 65% of the resources we invest in the academy go wasted. Do you see where I'm going? Iruka's normally tan face paled. Much to his horror, he knew what Jiraiya was going to do. Please Hokage-sama, don't cut our budget. It's small enough as it is. There are very few teachers, and we work as hard as we can to dash. Whoa there, calm down, Iruka. Jiraiya interrupted the panicked teacher, holding his hands up in defense. Nobody mentioned budget cuts here. Just let me finish. Why yeah. Sorry for the outburst, Hokage-sama. It was out of place. Like I say, relax. I know that you and your fellow teachers are doing your best. Now, with Tsunadeheim's help, we devised a new curriculum to make sure that the Academy graduation test will have the same approval rate as the True Genin test. Take a look, Jiraiya said as he handed a folder to Iruka. Iruka spent the following minutes carefully reading the teaching plan for each year. Turned out that Jiraiya wasn't exaggerating when he was talking about big changes. He was unable to repress a couple gasps. Are you sure you want to go through this? I mean, I even agree with some of these things like advanced chakra control, but isn't elemental ninjutsu too much for academy students? Why? Naruto is currently training to master his first wind jutsu, and I believe he'll have it down by the next month. And from what he told me, Sasuke Uchiha already knows the Great Fireball. It's not the same, Hokage-sama. Sasuke Uchiha has been trained by his clan, who was one of the most powerful on Konoha until recently. And Naruto has been trained by both you and Tsunade-sama. Other kids aren't that lucky. While I appreciate your compliments, you vastly overestimate me, Iruka, Jiraiya replied, crossing his fingers. Iruka raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Listen, while it's true that I can teach Naruto many things other Jonin can't teach their students, what I currently taught Naruto and what the Uchihas taught Sasuke is something that any Chunin can teach. I mean, you know elemental ninjutsu, right? Indeed, Hokage-sama. Fire and water. Then you're already qualified to teach such a thing. Still, I believe you're rising the standards way too much. Of course I am. We're ninja, in case you have forgotten it. We're going to send these children to situations in which they can potentially lose their lives. I did my best to ensure that Naruto had enough preparation to survive out there once he graduates, but now that I'm Hokage, all the village's future ninjas are my responsibility, and thus they're going to be held to same standard I hold Naruto. The Academy current curriculum is laughable. Seriously, all what it takes to be a ninja is 3-year rank ninjutsu? With a dedicated teacher, any kid Naruto's age will be able to master them in no time. I don't know why they don't teach them until the last year. No wonder the True Genin test has such huge failure rates. While I agree with your reasoning, there's the problem of the schedule. There's no way to implement these new subjects without removing others. Then that's what we're going to do. I believe that the Academy focuses too much on theory, and neglects practice. While I believe that subjects like maths or geography are important, you have not just one but 2 subjects dedicated to explaining how chakra works, yet neither include any kind of chakra control exercise. Same thing about this subject about the nature of genjutsus. Anyway, my plan is to implement this reform the next school year, so you may tell the news to your co-workers. Of course, Hokage-sama. I'll tell them this the next time we meet, Iruka said. Good. If that's the case, then you're dismissed. Iruka bowed his head before leaving the office. He didn't say anything in front of Jiraiya, but wasn't looking forward it. He knew that his co-workers would get really mad upon seeing all the radical changes Jiraiya was about to do. Upon leaving the office, Iruka had the feeling that he was forgetting about something important he should have told the Hokage the moment he could talk to him. Shortly after Iruka led the Hokage's tower, he was approached by a black-haired kunoichi. He immediately recognized her as Tsubaki, Mizuki's fiancée. This made him realize that he didn't see Mizuki again after the silver-haired ninja decided to go into hiding. Tsubaki's worried face made Iruka realize that she shared the same worries. Of course. That was what he was forgetting about. He didn't tell Jiraiya about Mizuki. With all the chaos that followed the insurrection, and how busy he was helping the village recover, he forgot about his silver-haired co-worker. Oh well, it wasn't too late. Iruka, can I talk with you? Tsubaki asked. Yeah, sure, what do you need? Irika asked, even though he knew the answer. It's Mizuki, it seems that he has disappeared. Nobody knows anything about his whereabouts. You are the last person who saw him. Was he okay? Did the Uchihas wound him? Well, during the battle, Mizuki and I got separated. What? And why did you do such a thing? We heard some criminals attacking civilians on different streets, so we split up in order to deal with them faster. But once I was done, well, I don't know where did he go. Tsubaki's last hopes of finding Mizuki slowly faded. Noticing her sorrow, the teacher decided to patch things up as best as he could. But hey, if Mizuki was dead, we would have already found his body, so I'm sure that he's somewhere, safe and sound. I guess you're right. I'll have to keep a positive mind. It's what Mizuki would have wanted. Indeed it is. Remember, if you need something, don't mind telling me. Yeah. Thanks Irika. Now, I better go. As he watched Tsubaki leave, Irika wondered how much of what he said was actually true. He wanted to believe that Mizuki was still alive, but if that was the case, then where the hell was he? Anyway, he wouldn't be able to answer those questions on his own. Better he'd go back and tell the Hokage about Mizuki. Hokage-sama. An Umbu with a rabbit mask frantically said as he burst into the Hokage's office. Something terrible happened. Jiraiya sighed. Of course, something should go bad sooner or later. First of all, calm down. And second, define terrible. Unless somebody died, I'm sure we can find a solution. Well, we were checked the tower's inventory, and found that the scroll of seals is no longer here. Somebody must stole it during the coup d'état. What? Quick, alert all the Umbu. I want all the available squads to look for that scroll. Yes, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya groaned loudly as he took his hands to his head. He wasn't even a month into the job, and something catastrophic already happened. In the wrong hands, that scroll could be a dangerous weapon. While he hoped the Umbu would find it, deep down he knew that the thief was probably far away from Konoha. Far away from Konoha. Mizuki walked through a small road surrounded by forests, with the scroll of seals tied to his back. During the chaos of the battle, he had sneaked into the very much unguarded Hokage tower and took the scroll away while that old fool of a Hokage was fighting alone against the Uchiha. After that, leaving the village was easy. He had predicted that they would take quite some time for the Konoha ninja to realize that their precious scroll had disappeared. Those days were all the head start he needed to avoid being captured. Looking back, Mizuki felt a tinge of remorse for his actions. But said tinge quickly disappeared, and left no lasting impression. Konoha is pretty much on its deathbed. A ninja of my caliber has nothing to do on such a place. As a last act of cutting ties with the village, Mizuki removed his bandana-style forehead protector, and tossed it away before resuming his journey. Chapter 13. Academy Days, Part I. Going to a ninja school isn't as fun as it looks. 9 years after the Kyubi attack. Fortunately for Konoha and its inhabitants, the damage caused by the Uchiha coup d'état wasn't as severe as the one caused by the Kyubi, both in terms of human deaths and property destruction. In a few weeks, Konoha was functioning like normal, even if its forces were considerably weaker. Still, Jiraiya made an effort to make the village look strong and did not stop or even slow down the flow of missions. One of Konoha's institutions that was also back to normal was the academy. It was the beginning or a new school year, and Jiraiya's educational reforms were starting to take effect. Namely, the fact that quite a few students, especially those born from civilian families, found the new academy way too hard and moved to civilian schools. Still, there were at least 3 new faces to replace some of the dropouts. Welcome back once again to the academy, kids. At least, those who passed last year's exam. Before we begin, we have 3 new students that moved recently to Konoha. Why don't you introduce yourselves? The first one to take a step forward was a girl with shoulder-length red hair, red eyes, and glasses. Hello. My name is Karen Uzumaki. I haven't been much time in Konoha, but I like this place so far, and wish to be a ninja, Karen said. Hey, I'm an Uzumaki too. Naruto exclaimed, waving his hand at her. Where have you been all this time? Naruto, please don't interrupt. Iruka sternly chided. You can talk with Karen later if you wish. Now, who wants to go next? This time, a girl with long, brown hair took a step forward. Hi everybody, my name is Tamaki. I used to live with my grandma on an abandoned city, but she thought it would be good for me to move here. I obviously want to be a ninja and, well, I love cats. Tamaki heard a dismissive snort in response. She didn't know where it came from, but many people realized it was Kiba, who looked at the girl with contempt. Without waiting for Iruka to tell him anything, the last newcomer introduced himself. Hello. My name is Hakuyuki. I come from the land of water. People like me aren't well liked there, so I'm staying in Konoha until things get better. Yojao and Hayate had told him not to mention his relationship with Zabuza to people who didn't know about it already, at least for the time being. You look like nice people, and I'm eager to meet all of you. Shino raised his hand. Yes, Shino. Iruka asked. I wish to ask Haku-san something, if it's okay with that. Of course, I'm sure that Haku will be glad to answer any question you might have about him. Still, Iruka looked at Haku for his approval. The kid silently nodded. Him. Repeated many voices in disbelief. My question does not pertain his gender, Shino clarified, before adjusting his shades. You said that, people like you, aren't welcome in the land of water. Does that mean that you have a bloodline limit? Yes. I possess the ice release bloodline, Haku replied in a neutral tone, used to mask his inner worry. But you don't have to worry. Here in Konoha nobody will hate you for having such abilities, Iruka reassured the girl-looking boy. Now that you have introduced yourselves, go and take a seat. Tamaki sat on an empty seat besides a bored Shikamaru. Haku took an empty seat in the first row. Karen was about to sit besides Naruto and Hinata, but something else caught her attention. Namely, Sasuke Uchiha's good looks. And fortunately for her, there was an empty spot besides him. Naruto's face dropped when Karen chose to sit with his rival instead of him, her family. Sasuke acknowledged Karen with a sigh. The redhead then noticed that another girl sat at Sasuke's other side, one with long pink hair, was glaring daggers at her. Maybe you should try sitting somewhere else, Karen, a voice said from the upper tables. Karen turned around and saw a blonde girl looking at her. While I can see what spurned you to sit beside Sasuke, you must know that he comes from a clan of traitors and murderers. It can't be safe being near him. I'm sure you'll be better with Naruto. He's your family after all. Sasuke didn't seem to react to the blonde's hurtful words, but the pinkette besides him surely did. Kinit Ino. Sasuke had nothing to do with the coup d'etat and you know it. Stop being such a idiot to him already. You weren't the only one who lost somebody that day. And you should stop defending him, Sakura. Oh, yeah, Sasuke lost his clan, boo-hoo-hoo. Maybe they should have thought that before trying to take over Konoha. Enough you two. Iruka bellowed, silencing the feuding girls. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of talk, okay? Yes, the Uchiha coup d'etat was a dark day in this village's history, but harboring resentment won't be of any help. Haku was starting to understand why he was told to keep his ties with Zabuza a secret. Tamaki, however, wasn't deterred by Ino's words. Her family had always been a staunch ally of the Uchiha clan, and he would show his support to Sasuke. His good looks didn't hurt either. Alright, now that we calmed down, let's start. Open your tools of the ninja books on page 3. Jiraiya was working tirelessly in his office as usual. Even with the aid of a couple shadow clones, it seemed that the paperwork would never end. He really missed the amount of free time he used to have back then, which he spent either training Naruto, Hagane, and Kaida, or spending quality time with his wife. Now those moments were far scarcer. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he decided that a break was in order, though the clones continued working. He opened a drawer, and pulled out the as of yet unfinished draft of his next Ika volume. Progress had been slow, so he better hurry up and finish this one. He'd hate to make his loyal fans restless. However, there was something in the drawer that caught the Hokage's attention, his very first novel. He grabbed it, and remembered he had with his godson some months ago. Flashback. Somebody knocked the door of Jiraiya's office. "Come in," Jiraiya shouted. He was relieved to have a little break from the endless mountain of paperwork. Much to his surprise, his godson entered the office. Jiraiya's smile grew even wider. "Naruto. Great to see you here. Did you come to see your old man at his new job?" Naruto smiled back. "More or less. Well, that, and that I have a few questions that I think only you can answer." Jiraiya leaned back on his chair, and crossed his fingers above his lap. "Well, that's what I'm here for. What kind of trouble do you have? Is something wrong with the academy? With your mother? It is a girl you like?" "Of course it's a girl. It's none of that." Naruto cut him off before he could come up with more ridiculous scenarios. He fished something from one of his pockets, and handed it to Jiraiya. The surprised Sannin saw that it wasn't just his very first book, but the one he gave Minato as a gift. Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Naruto, where did you find this?" "In the underground shelter, inside a box," Naruto replied. "That book was so good. So much better than the stuff you write nowadays. Why didn't you tell me about it before? And why don't you write more books like this one?" "I see. To answer your questions, you could say that I forgot about it," Jiraiya sighed heavily. "First, there's the fact that the book hardly sold. You and your father were the only people who gave me any kind of positive feedback. People who disliked your books were morons," Naruto bluntly stated. "And second, this book reminded me of your father too much, and the life he will never have, thanks to the Kyuubi and that masked bastard that nearly killed Tsunadeheim. I thought that I was over it, but, after all these years, the pain still persists." "I see. Sorry for bringing up then," Naruto said, averting his gaze. Jiraiya forced himself to smile. "Hey, it's okay. It's not that you knew about it. I would have done the same in your situation. By the way, what else did you saw in that box?" "Nothing too interesting. Except a bunch of old pictures," Naruto answered. "But now I'm too afraid to ask." "Don't be," Jiraiya assured. "What kind of pictures?" "Well, the ones in which you and Mom were younger, and a couple of my birth parents, but then there was this one with you and 3 kids that I didn't recognize." "Who were they?" "3 kids? A ginger, a redhead, and a brunette?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. "Those were a trio of orphans from a megakure that I taught ninjutsu and survival skills for 2 years, back during the Second War." "What happened with them?" "The last time I heard of them, they formed some sort of freedom fighting group, and were about to face the leader of a megakure. I never knew anything about them after that. The poor bastards are probably buried 2 meters underground now." "I see, no wonder you wanted to forget about the contents of that box." "Yeah, that box is kinda like a compilation of all my failures, isn't it?" Jiraiya said, almost chuckling. "That's me, the master that ends up surviving his students. But hey, if it's of any consolation, you know that such thing won't happen with me," Naruto boldly declared. "Besides, you did plenty of good things too. I mean, you're Hokage. How many people can say that?" Jiraiya couldn't help but smile at his godson's unwavering optimism. "Yeah, Jiraiya's life didn't turn out so bad, did it? He married the girl of his dreams, had other 2 kids besides Naruto, both of them who had rare bloodline limits, despite neither him nor Tsunade possessing any, and even if it was something that he didn't want, he was the leader of Konoha. You know what, Naruto? I think you have a point," the Sannin conceded. He then looked at the book. "And I think that maybe this book deserves a second chance." End flashback. Jiraiya was snapped of his thoughts when somebody knocked the door. After telling the stranger to come in, the door opened to reveal the person he was expecting to meet, Itaki Uchiha. "You summoned me, Hokage-sama?" Itaki asked. Jiraiya nodded, and motioned him to take a seat. "First of all, I'm aware of how much you sacrificed for the village, and what I'm going to ask you may seem a bit too much, so don't be afraid of declining my proposal if you are not up to the task. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, but if that was the case, then I wouldn't become a ninja to begin with. Especially now that I'm a jonin, the Uchiha replied. Just tell me what you want, and it will be done. Your devotion to the village is admirable. Okay, here it goes. As you probably know, I used to be Sarutobi-sensei's main informant during his second tenure. During that time, I built a spy network across the elemental nations. However, due to my new responsibilities, I can't leave the village as often as I could in the past, so I need somebody whom I can trust to take care of this task. And you thought of me for it, Itaka guessed. The Hokage nodded. Alright, consider it done. Are you sure? Keep in mind that this job sometimes involves leaving the village for long periods of time. You won't be able to spend as much time with your little brother as in the past. Thanks for your concern, but I can assure you that it won't be a problem. Sasuke doesn't seem to be very eager to talk or even spend time with me. Maybe I should give him some space, and this job might be good for me as well. I see that you made up your mind. If that's the case, meet me tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp so I can teach you about your new occupation. You're dismissed. Later, at lunchtime, Naruto and Hinata were sitting on a bench, enjoying their food and each other's company, while they looked others' kids playing, talking, or eating their lunches as well. Naruto's eyes were particularly fixed on Karen, and much to his displeasure, the redhead refused to abandon Sasuke's side. Man, this sucks. I find a lost clan member, and she has to spend the time with that idiot, Naruto groaned. I'm sure that Karen-san will be more than glad to meet you, Naruto-kun. Just wait for the right moment to introduce yourself, Hinata suggested. Man, what does that idiot have that all the girls all flock around him? Naruto complained. You know, it almost seemed that a higher being sent Karen to Konoha to fill Ino's vacant spot now that she doesn't fawn over Sasuke anymore, Naruto angrily said. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's comment. Well, Sasuke-san, some girls like his looks, as well as his strength, Hinata explained. Man, I'm so glad that at least you don't go after him like the other girls, Naruto said, smiling at Hinata. I'd hate to lose you two to him. Hinata blushed a bit. Why, you don't have to worry about that, Naruto-kun. You're my friend, I will always be at your side. Speaking of friends, maybe we should befriend the new guys. Naruto suggested. I mean, not only they're new, but they aren't even from Konoha, so I doubt they have any friends here already. I don't see why not. The three of them look like nice people. Cool. Well, Karen Nichan is out of the question since he's with that idiot, so how about Tamaki? Naruto suggested as he scanned the playground with his eyes, trying to track her. I like cats too. Maybe I could use that to approach her. Hinata asked, both to herself and Naruto. Oh, there she is. Naruto finally located the cat Kunoichi, and much to his dismay, she walked towards Sasuke. Oh come on. She too? Besides, Sasuke isn't even paying attention. And maybe we should approach the boy of the land of water. Hinata meekly suggested. He's sitting all alone in that bench. I swear if he was actually a girl, he would be trying to get Sasuke's attention too, Naruto muttered with a groan. Oh, I think you don't know this, but Haku's adoptive dad helped the Uchiha in the coup d'etat. Hinata was taken aback. He did? Yeah, and he's in prison now. Dad was planning to have him executed, but changed it to jail time with the condition of Haku becoming a Konoha ninja. I see, Hinata said. For obvious reasons, the mere mention of the coup d'etat caused her great sorrow. On second thought, maybe we shouldn't talk to him. And no. Hinata quickly said. We shouldn't judge others based on actions they were not responsible of. Thanks to the caged bird seal the branch house Hyagas were forced to carry, Hinata knew very well what it feels to be personally accused of something people close to you did. She remembered the time when branch house members used to look at her with pure scorn, as well as muttering under their breath things Hinata couldn't hear, but could imagine. Fortunately, things got better over time as the branch house Hyagas got to know Hinata better. Once they finished their lunch, they approached Haku, who had just finishing eating as well, and was putting the remains of his bento inside his backpack. Hi, Haku. Naruto enthusiastically greeted. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. And this is my friend Hinata Hyaga. We'd like to know you better, if it's okay with you. Can we sit with you? The Hyaga asked. Haku smiled at the duo. Sure, I can use some company. The ice ninja moved aside so Naruto and Hinata could sit. And I think it will be good if I get to know some people here already. Great. Naruto sat down. Hinata did likewise. You said you have a bloodline limit, right? I also have a bloodline limit too, but it's different from yours, Hinata mentioned. Really? Interesting. Do you mind telling me more? My bloodline limit is called Byakugan. It allows me to see through solid objects, gives me 360 degrees vision, and I can see people's chakra pathway system. It sounds mostly interesting, Haku said, still smiling. Like I said before, my bloodline limit is ice release. I can combine wind chakra with water chakra to create ice. Look. Haku placed his hands as if he was grabbing an invisible ball. Focusing his chakra, he created a small snowball that floated in midair. Naruto and Hinata watched the display, eyes widen in fascination. Whoa, that was so cool. Naruto praised. You think so? Of course. Why would we lie? Hinata asked. Well, it's that, if I did this in my country, some people would want to kill me. Is that how you lost your parents? Hinata asked, then she mentally chided herself for not realizing that she was dealing with a sensitive topic. Fortunately for her, Haku didn't seem to mind. Yes. Our neighbors assaulted our home shortly after I awoke my powers. Guess that somebody saw me. I lost my entire family that day, Haku explained, omitting the most horrifying details, namely, his father's role. And then you met Zabuza, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. Haku was taken aback by the blonde's statement. His normally relaxed expression tensed. How do you? My dad's the Hokage. There's little going on this village that I'm not aware of, Naruto proudly said. While being the Hokage's son gave him access to quite some privileged information, his statement was an exaggeration. I see. In that case, I must ask you two not to tell anybody about Zabuza-sama. I'm afraid that it may make my stay here tad more unpleasant. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with us. Right, Hinata? The blonde asked, and the brunette nodded in return. By the way, do you have a bloodline limit as well? Haku asked. What? Oh, no, I don't have that. But I'm a Jinchuriki, you know. Normally, that wasn't something he would be proud of, but Haku and Hinata talking about their bloodlines made him feel a bit left out, and wanted to show something that made him special, even if it was a curse. Jinchuriki. Yeah, it's a dash. I know what a Jinchuriki is, Haku cut him before he could explain his condition. You do? Yes. The current Mizukage is one. Naruto was starry-eyed. Really? That's so cool. If he can be a Kage, then dash. It's not cool. Haku suddenly yelled. Naruto was taken aback. Hinata flinched. Why is not, Haku-kun? The Hyaga fearfully asked. He's the reason people like me are hated. He's ruining Kirigakure, and the whole country. That's why Zabuza-sama wanted to depose him. Haku angrily shouted. Then again, Haku wasn't aware or was deliberately ignoring Zabuza's own ambition of becoming Mizukage. Upon seeing Naruto and Hinata's faces, Haku quickly regained his composure. I'm sorry for that outburst. You have nothing to do with my plight. Don't think that I hate all Jinchuriki because one ruined my life, Naruto-kun. It's okay. Naruto said, with one of trademark grins. Hey, guess what? When I become Hokage, I'll talk some sense into that Mizukage so it's safe for you to go back to your home. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I appreciate the gesture, Haku sighed. If it was only that easy. By the way, I'd like to know how strong you are. Want to spar against us? Naruto asked. That sounds nice, Naruto-kun. That way I can also measure how strong you two are. Later that day, once the academy was over, Naruto bid Hinata and Haku goodbye and headed home. While he usually was eager to return home and train with one of his parents or Shizuan, in case both of them were particularly busy, it wasn't the case anymore. Jiraiya had started to instruct him in Fuinjutsu, something Naruto found horribly tedious. Still, the Toad Sannin insisted, claiming that it was Naruto's cultural inheritance, whatever that meant, and the fact that it was an incredibly useful art that not many people bothered to master. Naruto could clearly see exactly why. While Naruto enjoyed the idea of being able to make his own explosive tags, among other things, Fuinjutsu training overall wasn't very stimulating. "Hey, Naruto." A female voice snapped the Jinchuriki from his thoughts. Turning around, he smiled to see it was Karen, who was running towards him. The blonde smiled. "Hey, Karen Nichan." Karen stopped when she close to Naruto, and gasped for air. "Hey. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier. I got distracted." "Yeah, it's quite common with Sasuke," Naruto said, grinning. "So, you're an Uzumaki?" "Yup. On my mother's side." "I see. My mother and I thought that we were the only Uzumakis left. We traveled a lot and never stayed on the same place for more than a month as long as I remember, and never once run into another Uzumaki. Funny thing, I also thought I was the only Uzumaki left. It's so great that we were both wrong." "Indeed. The reason we came here was because of Tsunade, who my mother says has Uzumaki blood, and would protect us. She is my adoptive mother, you know. She took care of me alongside Dad, who is the current Hokage, when my birth parents died. I believe she did it because she was related to my birth mom in some way." "It's a good thing then," Karen said, adjusting her glasses. Would you like to come to my house later today? I'm sure my mom would love to meet another family member." "Yeah. And maybe another day you can come to my house and meet my family. They aren't Uzumakis except Mom, but I'm sure you'll like them." "That sounds like fun." A few months later. Naruto's entire class wasn't at the academy, but on training ground 17, which had quite a lot of trees, and thus it was popular for drill skirmishes in the Land of Fire. Their newest sensei, a tall man clad in blue, whose eyes were covered by sunglasses similar to Shino, who wore a bandana-style headband, had brought them there for an exercise. "Hello, children. My name is Ebisu, and during the following weeks I'll teach you some exercises that will refine your chakra control," the blue-clad man announced. Chakra control is something important for young, developing ninjas such as yourselves. If you lack control, you won't be able to perform ninjutsu. "But enough talking, let's go with the exercise," Ebisu said, noting that most of the kids paid him now more attention. "How many of you would be able to climb this tree?" Ebisu asked, while motioning to a large tree behind him. Everybody raised their hands, just as expected. "Time to drop the bomb. And how many of you would be able to climb it, without using your arms?" All who had their hands raised lowered them, and started to mutter among themselves in confusion. "That's impossible," somebody said. "Oh, it's very possible. Just look at me," Ebisu said, as he started to walk on the tree as if gravity had no effect on him. The kids looked at him in awe, much to the special Jonin's delight. "In order to do this, you must gather chakra at the bottom of your feet. But be careful. Too much chakra, and you will be pushed away from the tree, too little you will fall off. Now, choose a tree to climb, and begin." The kids split into several groups, since the trees were wide enough for several people to climb them at the same time. Naruto stayed with Hinata and Haku, while Sakura, Karen, and Tamaki chose the same tree as Sasuke. "Alright, this is going to be piece of cake," Naruto exclaimed, as he started to climb the tree without much difficulty. This, naturally, drew some attention. "Hey, how did you do it at your first try?" an annoyed Kiba asked. "Easy, I already did this exercise with Mom. And her methods were way more extreme." Flashback. After many attempts, Naruto managed to nail down the climbing exercise, not without effort. "Look, Mom, I did it," Naruto proudly said. "Huh." Much to the Jinchuriki's confusion, Tsunade was emptying a bottle on the base of tree. And then, the slug Sannin tossed a lit match, setting the base of the tree ablaze. "What the hell?" a very freaked out Naruto yelled. Climbing is easy enough with practice. Staying in the same place for a prolonged time, not so much, Tsunade calmly explained, ignoring the protests of his adoptive son. I want you to stay like that for 5 minutes. The fire is to make sure you are motivated enough not to fall. End flashback. In the end, she had to buy me a new pair of pants, Naruto recalled, rubbing his butt, still feeling some phantom pain. But on the bright side, my chakra control improved a lot. Even if his training with Zabuza was brief, it helped Haku to complete the exercise in no time. Hinata was the last one of their little group who managed to reach the top of the tree, after almost an hour of trying. Other people who managed to complete the exercise in record time were Shino, Sakura, and Ino. Much to Naruto's amusement, Sasuke was having a lot of trouble with the exercise. He managed to climb very far on his first try, but he progressed at a rather slow pace. It was a delicious irony seeing the prodigy being outlasted by one of his fangirls. Kiba, Shikamaru, Karen, Koji, and Tamaki weren't having an easy time either. After an hour and a half, Ebisu dismissed the class, congratulated those who completed the exercise, and gave some pointers and encouragement to those who didn't. Still, after a week, the whole class was able to master the tree climbing exercise. Hokage's office. Shortly after his educational reform, many people met Jiraiya to protest over how much he had raised the standards at the academy, increasing the number of students who failed to pass from one course to the next, and most times they were forced to drop out. Most of the time, it was furious parents, most of them civilians, who demanded him to return the academy to the way it was. Less frequently, it was an academy teacher who complained about either being overworked or the children failing to grasp their lessons. However, this was the first time a ninja, a jonin no less, requested an audience with the Hokage to discuss such topic. The man in question was tall and well-built, with extremely thick eyebrows and a ridiculous bowl haircut. He was wearing a green jumpsuit under a chinin flak jacket and orange leg warmers. Despite his rather bizarre appearance, this man was one of Konoha's strongest jonins, and Konoha's greatest taijutsu specialist. Mato Guy. I don't believe we ever talked to each other after I got the position, Jiraiya eyed the Green Clan jonin. While Guy was known for his exuberant and obnoxiously optimist behavior, now he looked the complete opposite. What do I owe the visit? I believe you have a problem with my educational reform, though I fail to see why. You see, I met one of the academy students not long ago, Guy began. He was crying his eyes out, since his dream was to become a ninja, but now he sees that dream crumbling into dust. You see, for some reason, the kid is unable to do ninjutsu nor genjutsu. I believe you see where the problem lies. Jiraiya clasped his fingers. I believe I do. That kid's condition is mostly unfortunate, but maybe he isn't mean to become a ninja. There are plenty of ninjas who are forced to retire after suffering certain injuries. This case isn't that different. Listen, Hokage-sama, give that kid a chance. While my case wasn't the same, I also sucked at ninjutsu and genjutsu for a long time, that's why I focused on taijutsu. I believe that kid can follow my footsteps, and become a ninja with only taijutsu. That kid has a lot of potential. His flames of youth can burn brighter than mine. Jiraiya sighed. I understand your plight, Guy, I really do. But my stance on the academy is non-negotiable. I believe that ninjutsu is an important part of being a ninja. So unless that kid can develop a level of taijutsu impressive enough in order to dash. Consider it done, Guy suddenly said. Jiraiya was left stunned for a few seconds. He blinked a couple times, before he could reply. What? He lamely replied. You were going to say that that kid needs a level of taijutsu impressive enough to make up for his deficiencies, right? Guy asked. Jiraiya just nodded. Then leave him to me. I will train him personally so his taijutsu reaches a level unheard on an academy student. Okay, you can take that kid under your wing, but please don't neglect your duties as a jonin when training that brat. Never. That would be mostly unyouthful. Thanks for being so understanding, Hokage-sama. I promise that you will not regret this decision. Guy loudly declared before he left. A few weeks later. Once again, Ebisu took Naruto's class out of the academy, this time to Training Ground 19, which had a rather large lake. He also told them to bring swimsuits, since they would need it for the next part of the exercise. Okay, all of you already completed the tree climbing exercise, and I hope that you kept practicing on your own. Now, I believe it's time to take it to the next level, Ebisu said, and without further ado, he started to walk on water. Once again, the kids stared in awe. Now, this exercise is a bit harder than tree climbing, due to the fact that a tree is solid, and water is liquid, which means that you'll need a constant stream of chakra from your feet to stay on the surface, as opposed to a fixed amount of chakra, Ebisu explained as he returned to the grass. The goal of the exercise is to walk 10 meters into the water, and get back to land. Come on, begin. Did you master this exercise already, Naruto-kun? Haku asked. Nope, I'm still trying. It's way harder than it sounds, Naruto moaned. Well, Ebisu-sensei made it sound as if it was rather hard to begin with, Hinata mentioned. It's still harder than it sounds. Fortunately, Mom can't set the water on fire, Naruto grinned, but his grin was soon replaced by a mask of contained terror. Yet, unlike the tree climbing exercise, nobody was able to master water walking on their first few tries. Those who managed to do the best usually sank after walking just a measly 2 or 3 meters, while those who were having the hardest time didn't manage to land a single step without sinking. Naruto and his classmates took another additional 2 weeks to master this exercise. But much to their surprise, the exercise didn't end there. Once they all could walk on water in an acceptable way, Ebisu revealed the next part of the training, Taijutsu spars, while on the water. A ninja has to be prepared to fight anywhere. There will be times in which a battle will take place on a lake, on a river or even at high sea. Besides, this will improve your chakra control even further. The blue-clad special Jonin enthusiastically explained as he adjusted his shades. So, who wants to go first? Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke were the first ones to volunteer. The 2 swimming trunks-clad ninja students placed in front of each other. Near them was Ebisu, who would oversee the fight. Begin, the special Jonin said, made a chopping motion with his hand. Prepare to get your ass kicked, Naruto shooed a taunting smile at Sasuke. The Uchiha merely grunted back. Come on Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered from the lake's shore. Kick his ass, Naruto, said Ino's voice, much to Naruto's bewilderment. Naruto immediately dashed at Sasuke, and launched a punch to his face. The Uchiha dodged the fist, and taking advantage of Naruto being wide open, punched him in the gut. The hit messed up Naruto's chakra control, and the sank into the water. He managed to be back on his feet a few minutes later. As you can see, remaining on top of the surface while fighting entails some difficulty, but with enough practice it will become natural to you, Ebisu explained, then he looked at Naruto. Ready to continue? You can bet your glasses I am, Naruto replied, not taking his eyes from Sasuke. If that's the case, let's continue. Naruto once again dashed at Sasuke, ready to punch him in the face. Sasuke was already moving to dodge the fist like he did the first time. But in the last second, rather than a punch, Naruto kicked Sasuke on the hips instead. This time, it was Sasuke who lost his balance and fell into the water. Ha! How about that, idiot? Naruto taunted at his fallen opponent. Naruto, don't do that. This is a friendly spar between classmates, there's no necessity to be rude, Ebisu said in a chiding tone. Naruto frowned at him, but nodded nevertheless. The spars were usually short, sometimes in favor of Naruto, sometimes in Sasuke's favor. Though at one point Sasuke decided to get serious and activated his Sharingan. The following spars were all won by Sasuke. Seeing this, Ebisu decided to end the spar, and asked if somebody wanted to fight Sasuke instead. Only one person raised his hand. I believe I can defeat Sasuke-san, Haku stated as he walked towards the Uchiha, while Naruto returned to land with the others. Haku studied his rival before Ebisu gave them the signal to start. The Uchiha's Sharingan remained activated. Begin. Just like with Naruto, Haku dashed at Sasuke, ready to strike him. But just when he was about to punch him, Haku then leaped into midair, much to the Uchiha's surprise. Haku gracefully landed behind Sasuke, and attacked his legs with a quick low kick. Sasuke lost his balance, but his chakra control didn't falter him this time and didn't sink into the water. Jumping back on his feet, Sasuke tossed a series of punches and kicks at Haku, who moved back while dodging them. "Those eyes," Haku mentioned. "What about them? Never saw a Sharingan before." Sasuke replied, mildly irritated. "I was talking about your eyes, not your bloodline limit," Haku explained. "Those eyes are the same eyes I used to have. The eyes of somebody who is angry at the world. Did something happen to you?" Of course, that question was mostly an act of politeness. Haku knew too well the fate of the Uchiha clan. "That's none of your business," Sasuke yelled as he hit Haku in the chest with a flying kick. Haku nearly lost his footing and sunk, but his chakra control remained strong. "You can tell me," Haku insisted as he and Sasuke traded more punches. "You know my background. I lost loved ones and have been betrayed by people I thought they loved me. It's because of what your clan did." "I said shut up," Sasuke shouted as he hit Haku in the jaw. This time, the ice ninja was unable to stay in the surface and sunk in the water. "Okay, I believe that was enough. Sasuke, Haku, go back to land," Ebisu said. "Does anybody want to spar in the water?" "Me," Sakura said, raising her hand. "I have the best chakra control here, so this shouldn't be hard." "I'm glad for your eagerness, Sakura. Does anybody wants to fight her?" Ebisu asked, looked at the rest of the students. "Me," said a soft voice. Hinata was raising his hand. "All right, then come here. Stand in front of each other and begin." Both Kunoichi took a fighting stance. Hinata activated his Byakugan. Sakura was the first one to attack. Just like Naruto with Sasuke, she tried to punch Hinata in the face, but the Hyuga bent backwards, avoiding the fist. Hinata then delivered a palm strike at Sakura's belly. While her chakra control was really good, Hinata's gentle fist momentarily disrupted her chakra, making her to sink in the water. "Boy, that hurt," Sakura moaned, rubbing her belly. Sorry, Sakura-san." "No, it's okay. I would be stupid to be mad at you for hitting me during a spar. And how did you bend you back like that? It's like you are made of rubber." The gentle fist requires a lot of body elasticity," Hinata explained. "Well, now I know what not to do. Come on, let's continue." Upon getting a taste of the gentle fist, Sakura decided to be more careful and plan her strikes better. She adopted a more defensive stance, spurring Hinata to go into the offensive. Both girls spent quite some time fighting, Sakura letting Hinata attack, dodging or parrying her blows, and waiting for an opening in order to counter-attack. Unfortunately, Hinata managed to hit her first with the gentle fist again before that could happen. The spar continued for another 5 minutes, in which Hinata landed another gentle fist strike at Sakura, making the pinkette to give up. Tamaki then volunteered to fight Hinata. As she returned to solid land, Sakura never felt so humiliated. She was hoping to impress the class with her skills and more specifically, Sasuke, yet all she did was making a fool of herself. It was shocking how such a sweet, shy, and gentle girl like Hinata could pack such a mean punch. Anyway, that was just a minor setback. She was still the best kunoichi of her class, and nothing was going to change that. Or that's what she thought. Meanwhile, the rest of the class watched the two girls spar. At that moment, Naruto was approached by Shikamaru. "Man, I can't understand how are you so eager to fight the Uchiha. He always end up beating you," Shikamaru mentioned. "He didn't beat me that bad. At least until he activated his Sharingan. But without it, we're pretty much equal." Naruto protested, as if trying to prove something. "I know. But I doubt he won't want to use that troublesome Sharingan again if he sees he's losing. And truth be told, I don't see you doing anything about it." Naruto looked at Shikamaru puzzled. He didn't understand what he mean by that. "I don't think I'm following you. Sasuke defeated you because, after activating his Sharingan, you keep fighting him the same way as before. If you see something doesn't work, try something different instead. It's basic strategy," the lazy Nara explained. Naruto seemed to understand it now. Thanks for the advice. So you think you should be able to beat Sasuke then? Hell no. Even if I came up with a strategy to circumvent the Sharingan, I don't have the strength nor the skill to match him in pure taijutsu. Of course, there was the fact that Shikamaru's father killed Sasuke's mother, and Sasuke might feel like wanting revenge by proxy. But that was something Shikamaru preferred not to bring up. Don't listen to him, Naruto, Kiba said, walking towards them. He thinks strategy is the key to everything, but a big brain won't protect you from a fist to the face. Being strong and fast will. I would tell you why you're so wrong, but honestly, that would take too much effort for such little gain, Shikamaru lazily replied. Next time we spar, I will fight Sasuke instead of Naruto, and I will overwhelm him with my superior strength and speed, you'll see. Kiba boasted. If that was true, it would have happened already, yet you can barely touch Sasuke, Shikamaru deadpanned. That's the past. My mom have been training me way harder now. And once I get my dog, Sasuke won't stand a chance. Shikamaru merely rolled his eyes at Kiba's boasting. Konoha Hospital. After a long stay at the hospital, Hiruzen Sarutobi was finally declared to be in good enough state to be released. Still, that didn't mean his recovery was complete. Far from it. In fact, the doctors pretty much forced him to use a wheelchair for some time, since they told him his body was in a frail state and couldn't afford to make any unnecessary efforts in order to speed his recovery. Ah, it's a good thing to finally get out of that hellish place. Hiruzen said to his present companion. If I knew hospital food was so bad, I had done something about it long time ago. I need to talk with Jiraiya about it. His companion chuckled. Unfortunately, I believe my husband has more pressing matters to attend right now. Not that I don't agree, the weeks I've spent there weren't pleasant to me either. I need to tell Shizune more often how much I appreciate her cooking, Tsunade mentioned, as he pushed Hiruzen's wheelchair. Were you upset that you couldn't apply to become Hokage? What? Hell no. People may think that being Hokage is glamorous, but I know that the Kages are merely glorified bureaucrats. If Naruto knew what he was getting into, I doubt he'll want to be Hokage, Tsunade replied in disgust. Come on, it's not so bad, Hiruzen protested. You know, I'm starting to think that you wanted one of us to replace you the moment Jiraiya and I returned to the village. I won't deny that the thought crossed my mind. But I know for a fact that you would have rejected my offer, plus Naruto needed you way more than the village, and you'll be overwhelmed. I thought that, maybe once Naruto graduated and became a ninja, I could retire and leave the hat to one of you. Sadly, things never turned out as planned. I'm afraid of what will happen if Naruto becomes a ninja. He will eventually leave the village to do missions, and will only have his teammates and sensei to protect him. And what is your plan? Keep Naruto inside that underground bunker of yours forever. First, don't mock the bunker, it became quite handy to protect Naruto and the twins when that one-eyed maniac attacked. And second, even if I know I can't protect Naruto forever, I can't help but worry about him. Understandable. It was inevitable that, after all these years of being his legal guardian, you ended up growing fond of the kid. Mother. I didn't spend so much time changing diapers, cleaning vomits, and being unable to sleep at night to be considered his legal guardian, thank you. That's a good thing, indeed, Hiruzen said, smiling. So, you say that your attacker claims to be the man behind the Kyuubi attack, right? Correct. That man had both the Sharingan and the wood release. Plus his teleporting ability would explain how he managed to avoid all the security measures and barriers you set while Kushina gave birth. To think that that man could just teleport one day and whisk Naruto away. He won't do that, Hiruzen stated. How can you be so sure? Easy. Both times he tried to get the Kyuubi, both times had to wait for the right moment. The first one was Kushina's birth, the second the Uchiha insurrection. He can't just teleport in the middle of Konoha in broad daylight. Besides, he should know where Naruto should be first, and I'm sure that his spies, should he have some, don't reach that far. Let's hope you're right. Still, I'm not letting my guard down. I never said you should. While they walked, or better said, Tsunade walked while she pushed Sarutobi's wheelchair. Many townspeople and ninjas stopped to congratulate Sarutobi on his recovery, as well as wishing him a good time now that he was retired. This made the ex-Hokage realize that, with all the time he spent locked up in that office, he hardly had any time to enjoy the village he protected. Still, he wouldn't stop protecting it nevertheless. "By the way, what are you going to do now that you're retired, sensei?" Tsunade asked. "I don't know, honestly. Though I thought that maybe I could help Jiraiya a bit and become his advisor. I'm sure he can use your wisdom. And with you helping him, his workload will be dashed." Tsunade interrupted herself when she realized something, and frowned. "You're going to help him so he can have more time to write those perverted books, right?" Hiruzen smiled at her innocently. "Tsunade, do you have any idea how long I have been a widower? As long as Naruto is alive. I may be old, but even men my age have certain needs." Tsunade grimaced in disgust. "Thanks for the mental image, sensei." Sarutobi merely chuckled in return. Chapter 14. Academy Days, Part 2. Or. Who said that being a ninja is easy? 11 years after the Kyuubi attack. 2 years had passed since Jiraiya had implemented his educative reform in the Ninja Academy, raising the standards significantly. Many students weren't able to keep with the new standards for long, so they dropped out and moved to civilian schools. As a result, Naruto's class was reduced to merely 12 students: Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, Kiba, Shino, Tamaki, Haku, and Karin. Of these 12, Sakura was the only one not being born to a ninja family. Technically speaking, Tamaki didn't have a human ninja family either, but she had the benefit of being trained by ninja cats, but this didn't deter her. After all, she was the best kunoichi of her class. That didn't last long. In fact, these 2 years were horrible for the Pinkette. As the classes moved less from theory, a field in which Sakura excelled thanks to her book smarts, to a more practical approach, Sakura's grades started to fall. While she was pretty good at chakra control and the few classes that still required to study books, on everything else she was a total mess. While she was moderately good at kunao and shuriken toss, she found that it was much harder to it with moving targets, and slash or when she had to move. While she mastered the 3 E-rank jutsus with little difficulty, D-ranks gave her a harder time. And obstacle courses were simply a nightmare. But the worst part was taijutsu spars. Just like Naruto marked Sasuke as his rival, Sakura did the same with Hinata. But while Naruto was slowly closing the gap with the Uchiha, each time the Pinkette and the Bluenet clashed, Hinata took each time less effort to defeat Sakura. After admitting that Hinata was too strong for her to beat, Sakura lowered her standards and aimed to defeat her former friend turned rival, Ino. But the results were the same. Even if Ino wasn't as skilled or strong as Hinata, Ino still ended up kicking her ass. It didn't help that unlike Hinata, who actually showed some restraint, Ino took sadistic glee in beating Sakura. Given that Tamaki was aiming to become a close-quarters fighter, she didn't even attempt to fight her either. So far, the only other kunoichi that she managed to beat from time to time was Karin. And even then her victories were short-lived, as Karin also managed to surpass her over time. Ino even replaced her usual forehead girl nickname for the pink punching bag. And her parents suggested her that maybe she wasn't cut to become a kunoichi, and think in other possible career paths. But she could ignore Ino's taunts and her parents' discouragement. What she couldn't ignore, however, was the way Sasuke looked at her whenever she lost. That look full of disdain, barely acknowledging her. She couldn't stand that. Sakura always excelled without even trying, so the idea of training outside the academy was foreign to her. Still, she decided that if she wanted to catch up with her classmates, she needed to improve, and fast. Unfortunately, her additional training and study hours were very little help. And one day, after another painful and humiliating taijutsu spar, Sakura couldn't take it anymore. She ran away from the academy, crying, not even caring that the bell didn't ring or the fact that she forgot her backpack. She ran, not caring where she was going, or all the people she bumped into. Her legs carried her to a park, which was devoid of children given the time of the day. Out of breath, Sakura merely dropped herself at the base of a tree, and started to cry her eyes out. Maybe they're right, and I'm not mean to be this, Sakura thought. Hinata has the Byakugan in her clan's taijutsu style, Ino Pig has her clan's jutsus, Tamaki has her cats, and Karen is a sensor and can heal people. What do I have that makes me stand out? Or even makes me useful? Are you okay? A voice asked behind her. Sakura turned around, wiping the tears from her eyes. In front of her was Naruto, flanked by Karen and Hinata. She instantly noticed that Hinata was holding her backpack. How did you find me? The pinkette asked. Karen raised her hand. Censor. Sakura, you ran away before the classes ended. What happened? Naruto asked, as he crouched beside her. Why do you care? Sakura spat at him, making Naruto flinch. Hey, that's not a way to talk to somebody who asks if you're okay, you know. Karen shot back. You look pretty upset. It's because taijutsu spars are hard to you. Naruto asked. No. Yes. I mean, it's not just that. Sakura said between sobs. I used to be the best girl of the class without even trying, but then your stupid dad had to change everything, and now I'm at the bottom. Naruto's soft face turned into an angry frown. Hey, don't blame my dad for wanting to make us stronger. Yeah, it's easy for you to say that, having not one but two legendary ninjas training you. Everybody has somebody who can train them, but not me. Hey, my mom knows some medical ninjutsu and a couple clan jutsus, but she sucks at everything else, Karen said in disagreement. Then how did you got so much better than me at taijutsu? Naruto offered me to train alongside him, being from the same clan and all that, she explained. But Naruto is like your cousin or something, right? Then my point still stands. Well, you could train with us if you wanted, Naruto offered. Sakura opened her eyes wide in shock. Oh really? But I'm not part of your family. So? Naruto failed to see the problem. Neither is Hinata, and we train together many times. Well, don't clans only train their own members? Sakura asked. Yeah, most of the time. But that doesn't mean we couldn't help other people too. Besides, it's not that we will reveal you clan secrets or anything. Sakura stared at Naruto in disbelief. Why are you helping me? I mean, it's not that we are friends or anything. We hardly speak to each other. Because I'm going to be Hokage, and a Hokage has to care about all the people of Konoha, not just your friends and family. And I can't stand see a smart girl like you like this. Besides, it's obvious that you need some help, Karen added, adjusting her glasses. And Naruto-kun was going to teach us something that he said it was good for people with good chakra control. Maybe could you join us and learn it? Hinata asked. Sakura smiled, as she stood up. Really? That would be great. In that case, go to training ground 3 tomorrow after class. Don't be late. Naruto said as he turned back and left. Karen left as well. Hinata, on the other hand, approached Sakura and handed her backpack. You forgot this. Oh, thank you, Sakura wiped her tears and accepted her returning backpack. Sakura-san, may I ask you something? Hinata asked. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I mean, maybe it's not my place to ask, but what did make you want to become a ninja? Sakura was taken aback by Hinata's question. Looking back, she couldn't remember the reason for her to join. That wasn't good. She thought that maybe it was to impress Sasuke, but that couldn't be it since she didn't met Sasuke until later. But the reason, yes, she remembers she wanted to become a ninja when she was little, but that was just a stupid, childish dream she had cast aside. I don't remember, Sakura sheepishly said. Hinata looked thoughtful. And do you still want to be a ninja? Why yes, I do. Why? What do you want to accomplish? Being a ninja isn't an end, but a means to an end. I want to become a ninja so I can be the leader of my clan someday. Naruto-kun wants to become a ninja to become Hokage. Why do you want to become a ninja? Sakura once again looked inside her mind for an answer but found nothing. Well, she did found something, Sasuke Uchiha. A boy. I want to become a ninja so I can impress a boy, who's already stronger than I'll ever be, Sakura thought, but she clearly wasn't going to tell her that. It is because Sasuke-san. Hinata guessed. Sakura suddenly turned red and jumped back from Hinata. Why do you think that? And what if it's true? It is wrong to like a boy? Everybody knows that you'll love to be more than friends with Naruto. Hinata turned red as well, and yelped. Was she that obvious? But then again Naruto didn't notice how she felt either. That's besides the point. Hinata stuttered, making an effort not to avert Sakura's accusatory glance. Why yes, I like Naruto-kun, but unlike you, I don't neglect my ninja training for the sake of a misguided attempt at impressing him. Sakura gasped at Hinata's accusation, but rather than anger, she felt sadness, for she knew that Hinata was telling the truth. How much time did she spend trying clothes and new hairstyles in order to draw her attention that could have been invested in training? Tears started to form in her eyes. Seeing this, the Hyuga realized that she went too far. Sorry, Sakura-san. I didn't mean to be so hurtful. No, you're right, Sakura replied, fighting back the tears. I'm a mess of a ninja. All I did was fawn over Sasuke-kun like a fangirl while the rest of you actually improved and got stronger. Well, it's not too late to improve. I mean, why you're really smart, and have the best chakra control of all of us, I think you'll make a wonderful kunoichi, Sakura-san. This managed to make Sakura smile again. You think so? Hinata nodded. You only need to find something to apply your strengths. In that case, I'll work hard to show everybody that I can become a ninja, even if I don't have a clan. Sakura stated, clenching her fist with determination. Then, she looked at Hinata in the eyes. Thanks for cheering me up, Hinata, you're a real sweetie. No wonder Naruto likes to hang out with you, Hinata smiled in return. Sakura continued eyeing her. And with a little wardrobe upgrade, you could be his girlfriend in no time. Hinata's face pretty much invented a new shade of red. What? Oh come on, drop the cute innocent girl act, Hinata, you're not fooling anyone. Well, except Naruto, Sakura teased. What's wrong with my clothes? Hinata asked as she looked at herself. For starters, why do you hide yourself behind this coat? It's not even cold. Well. Flashback. In the Hyuga compound dojo, Hinata was sparring against her mother, just like she did every day for her gentle fist practice. Suddenly, her mother stopping attacking, and stared at her in silence. Hinata grew nervous. Mother? Is there something wrong? Hikari smiled. Oh, nothing, honey. It's just that I think I should buy you a bra. Didn't expect you to develop so soon. Hinata turned bright red, and instinctively covered her chest with her arms. End flashback. I like this coat. Oh well. Whatever. Anyway, thanks for the talk again, and for bringing me my backpack. See you tomorrow. Sakura cheerfully said as she walked away. Meanwhile, at downtown Konoha. You have no right to do this. Sasuke angrily protested. Shut up. Just get out of here before I call the Umbu. A shopkeeper replied, just as heatedly, if not more. After the day of the failed Uchiha insurrection, the three remained Uchihas had become pariahs in Konoha. People would glare at them, murmur between themselves whenever an Uchiha was present, though they sometimes were loud enough for their insults to be heard, and treat them with scorn and contempt. Sasuke had learned to ignore all of the above and live with it as he could, but this was the first time they treated him with such an open hostility. Sasuke noticed that he was starting to outgrow most of his clothes, so he decided to buy new ones. However, the moment he tried to enter a store that caught his attention, the storekeeper, a bald man in his 40s with a mustache, wasted no time to kick him out. As the two of them loudly argued, a small crowd built around them, mostly to enjoy the spectacle, but some also joined the argument and threw some insults at Sasuke. Naturally, it didn't take too long before a couple of Umbu arrived to see what was causing the commotion. What's going on here? An Umbu with a ferret mask asked as he made his way through the crowd. Oh, thank Kami you're here. Please take this demon away from my store. The storekeeper demanded the Umbu, while pointing at Sasuke. You can't do that. This man just kicked me out of his store for no reason. Sasuke protested. No reason? You're an Uchiha. That's all the reason I need. The storekeeper replied. I see. The other Umbu, who was wearing a bear mask, calmly placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Now everybody calm down, we are going to fix this. Everybody was expecting the Umbu to take Sasuke away, but much to everybody's shock, the ferret-masked Umbu slammed the storekeeper against a wall, and placed handcuffs on his wrists. What the hell are you doing? The storekeeper angrily demanded. You yourself admitted to refuse service to a ninja of this village based on his clan alone. That's a clear violation of the clan discrimination bill. Hence, you're under arrest, the Umbu calmly explained as he dragged him away. What? My wife was killed by those red-eyed bastards, and you take their side. The storekeeper angrily shouted. You will regret this. Both you and the Hokage. You can't expect us to live side by side with those traitors. Release him, he did nothing wrong. A random villager said. Yes, take the Uchiha instead. Kill all of them before they betray us again. Another village added. Enough. The bear-masked Umbu bellowed. Everybody, scatter or you will be arrested as well. The warning was effective, and people quietly resumed with what they were doing before the incident happened. The bear-masked Umbu was about to ask Sasuke if he was okay, but he noticed that the young Uchiha had already left. The next day after class, Sakura headed towards Training Ground 3, where Naruto, Hinata and Karen were already waiting for her. They were standing in front of a very large rock. All right, everybody is here, so we can start now. Naruto enthusiastically announced as he looked at Sakura. Naruto, don't get me wrong, I'm really thankful that you're teaching us this, but I hope you don't expect us, or at least me, to address you as sensei, Sakura stated. What? Oh no. I'd be a crappy sensei anyway. At least until I get stronger, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. You see, this is Mom's super strength secret technique. It is very simple. All you have to do is gather chakra on your fist, and release it. Like this. Naruto then punched the rock behind him, leaving a small crack. See? Wow, that's so amazing. Karen gushed. Does it hurt? Hinata asked. A little. That's why you also need to keep some chakra in order to shield your hands from the backlash. My chakra control is still far from perfect, but yours is much better. Why don't you give it a try? Naruto moved aside from the rock in order to leave the girls enough space. The first one to go was Karen. Just as Naruto instructed, she gathered chakra on her fist, and punched the rock, leaving a bigger crack than Naruto's. However, she also shook her fist in pain once she was done. Ah! You said it didn't hurt. Karen protested as she nursed her damaged hand. I didn't said that. Did you remember to use some chakra to counter the backlash? Naruto asked. Karen then shook her head. I thought so. The next one to try was Hinata. However, she looked rather hesitant. Naruto-kun, it is okay for you to teach us this? I mean, you said it is Tsunade-sama's secret technique and... Don't worry. Mom told me I can teach it to my friends if I want to. Naruto assured, grinning widely. Then his grin disappeared and added, but please don't teach this to other people without asking me first, okay? And you can't teach this to Sasuke. I don't want to give him more weapons to use against me. Actually, if Sasuke-kun wanted to learn this, all what he had to do is copy it with the Sharingan, Sakura flatly stated, much to Naruto's horror. Noticing the blonde's distress, the pinkette added, but I don't think he will. Sasuke usually favors ninjutsu and armed combat over bare fists. Well, let's hope that he doesn't think about doing it. Come on Hinata, show me what you can do. The Hyuga nodded, and walked towards the rock. Clenching her fist, she gathered chakra, remembered Naruto's warning about the backlash, and punched the rock with all her might. She managed to make a crack slightly bigger than Karen's, and unlike the redhead she managed to avoid hurting her hand. Well done, Hinata. Naruto cheered with a big smile. Thanks, you know, I think I may find a way to combine this W with the gentle fist. Hinata noted, mostly to herself. She was already working to combine elemental ninjutsu to the gentle fist, and if she also managed to combine both, the results could be devastating. My turn. Sakura confidently said as she walked towards the rock. After mentally checking all the steps of the technique, she punched the rock. Whoa! 3 voices said in unison. Sakura managed to make a crack in the rock twice as big as Karen and Hinata's, plus she managed to pretty much sink her whole fist into the rock. Everybody, including Sakura, couldn't believe what just happened. Holy shit, that was amazing. Naruto shrieked, utterly perplexed. Dumbfounded, Sakura slowly removed her fist from the hole she just created. She stared at her unharmed hand for a whole minute, while her brain tried to process what just happened. Once her actions started to sink in, Sakura's mouth curved into a huge smile. Wow, look at this. Sakura beamed, pointing at the hole in the rock. Oh boy, I can't wait to show this to everybody else back in the academy. I can't wait to have a rematch against Ino. Let's see how does she like the new, pink punching bag. Sakura said, followed by a rather disturbing laugh. Naruto? Do you think she's going mad with power? Karen asked, visibly worried. Well, I believe it's the rush of having a new technique. It should wear off soon, the blonde replied, as he continued watching Sakura making holes in the rock. And if she doesn't? Hinata asked fearfully. Yes. Yes. I'm Sakura the Unstoppable. Sakura the Invincible. Tremble, everybody, and despair. Your doom has come to this world. Mwahahahaha. After reducing the rock to rubble, Sakura then decided to take down a few trees. Dad said that the land of the crescent moon is a really nice place to live, Naruto replied, just as scared. Fortunately, just like Naruto said, Sakura didn't went mad with power, and calmed down the moment she exhausted her chakra after taking down a dozen trees. After saying their goodbyes and agreeing on a date for their next training session together, the 4 children headed for their respective houses. On his way home, there was something that caught Naruto's attention. Sitting alone on a small pier on the Naka River was no other than Sasuke Uchiha, his hands crossed under his chin, looking absent-mindedly at the orange and yellow reflection of the descending sun in the water. Sasuke was never the more social person to begin with, but since the Uchiha coup d'etat 3 years ago, Sasuke had become even more quiet and asocial. Talking to him had the same effect as talking to a wall, and he usually lashed out at those who insisted on making him talk. Then again, Naruto could never understand what the boy was going through. Not only he had lost almost his entire family in a single night, but on top of that the standing of his once proud clan was lower than dirt. Itachi got a pass, since there were multiple witnesses to his acts and how he was instrumental in stopping the insurrection and saving the third Hokage. But Sasuke and Shisui were pretty much the new village pariahs. And while Shisui managed to ignore the cold stares, murmurs, and the passive hostility, Sasuke was too young and didn't have the emotional maturity to deal with that. And, as such, he decided to close himself from the world. He had seen Sasuke like this many times, but for some reason never had the courage to go and try to talk to him. But given how he helped Sakura today, Naruto thought that maybe helping Sasuke wasn't beyond his power. Making his decision, the blonde Jinchuriki walked towards the youngest Uchiha. Hey, Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Sasuke didn't even turn back to look at him. Go away, idiot. I don't want to spar with you now. What? Oh come on, you didn't even let me finish. I don't want to fight you, just talk. I don't want to talk either, Sasuke scoffed. You know, you've been pretty cranky since, well, you know. Naruto rubbed his arm and looked sideways even if Sasuke wasn't even looking at him. And you think you can help me? Yes, of course I can. Naruto excitedly replied. All right. Tell me, did you ever lose most of your family in a single night, yet you have absolutely no one to blame for their deaths, and on top of that people want you to pay for their crimes? No. I'm afraid not. Then we have nothing to talk about. Now leave me alone. But I know what it feels being blamed for stuff that it's not your fault. This made Sasuke to finally turn around. Really? How? Did you forget that I have the Kyuubi sealed inside me? Naruto asked as he pointed at his stomach. There are a lot of people who fear me, because they believe that I will let the Kyuubi out one day and destroy Konoha. Others hate me for the people they lost during the attack, even if I'm merely the Kyuubi's container. My parents told me that they hate me because they need something to vent their hate, and I'm the easiest target. And that's what the people who lost their loved ones during the insurrection, like Ino, are doing with you and your remaining family. And you suffer because you want to lash out at somebody, but you don't have anybody to vent your frustrations. What about you? Don't you get frustrated? Don't you want to lash out at the people who mistreat you and hate you? Of course I do. Many times. But I have something else that helps me deal with it, my family and my friends. And I believe you have that too. Sasuke looked down, pensive. Suddenly, he felt really guilty for the cold treatment he had been giving both Itachi and Shisui, despite the fact that they only wanted to help him. Maybe he should make something to compensate them. And why are you telling me this? Do you want to be my friend all of a sudden? Sasuke asked, skeptical. Yeah, Naruto's smile was sincere. If you have a problem, you can count on me to help you. Sasuke remained a few seconds silent, looking at his feet. I'll think about it, Sasuke muttered. He then stood up, placed his hands on his pockets, and walked away. I need to go home now. Naruto watched him go. Well, that went better than what he had originally expected. Many months later. And once more, the school year came to an end. Naruto and his 11 classmates managed to pass the exam, which, besides the usual theory, included the 3 basic E-rank jutsus, even if they were also present in the exam of the previous year, Taijutsu, and Kunao and Shuriken toss. This meant that all of them would pass into the next course next year, which hopefully would be their last, before finally becoming a real ninja. After being congratulated by Iruka, the 12 kids gathered their gear in their backpacks, and left. As usual, Naruto was walking with Hinata and Haku. Hey, today my dad is going to give me some new training, wanna tag along? Naruto asked his 2 friends. I'd love to, but I can't. My family and I are going to celebrate Niji Naizen graduating and becoming a ninja, Hinata said, a bit down. But now that we have a few weeks off, I'm sure we can find time to hang out again, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. How do you know that Niji passed already? The final exam has been just now. Niji Naizen is a prodigy, and thus I believe it's unlikely he failed the exam. In fact, he was even aiming to graduate as the Rookie of the Year. Naruto let out a whistle. He already knew that Niji was strong, but not to that point. Pushing those thoughts aside, he looked at the Ice Ninja. What about you, Haku? Like Hinata-san, I also have plans. Today is Friday, which means that I can visit Zabuza-sama in jail. 1 more year, and he'll be out of prison, the girl-looking boy replied. Maybe another day. Naruto looked down. Man, what a drag. Well, in that case, what the hell? When the trio exited the academy, they were greeted by an impossible image. Despite being 2 in the afternoon, the sun was setting. And on top of that, they could hear the sound of waves crashing, despite the fact that the nearest beach was more than 200 kilometers away from Konoha. This is mostly unusual, Haku said, inspecting the scene. Hinata activated her Byakugan. This doesn't appear to be a genjutsu, my Byakugan can't see through it. Before Naruto could say anything, he was interrupted by a pair of loud voices that came from somewhere near them. He could swear they came from within the academy. It was thanks to you that I could graduate, Guy-sensei. Nonsense. It was you who did all the hard work. I only gave you some pointers. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Okay, I think I'm getting out of here before things get even weirder. Naruto said as he trailed off. Haku and Hinata did likewise. Konoha Prison. Haku was sitting on a table, flanked by his legal guardians, Yojao and Hayate, who were close behind him. At the other side of the table was Zabuza, wearing the prison uniform, with shackles, and both his wrists and his ankles. "Good afternoon, Zabuza-sama. How have you been since I last came to visit you?" the ice ninja asked. "Same as always. The food is trash, the company is even worse, and I can't start a fight without being thrown into solitary confinement for a week. But other than that, I'm fine," the demon of the mist replied. "This will end soon. Next year I will be a ninja, and the Hokage will have to release you under probation. That's if he keeps his word." "Of course he will." Yojeo slammed her fist on the table. "How you dare to doubt the word of the Hokage? Trust me, girl, being a Kage isn't something that makes him deserving of my trust, or anybody's trust, for that matter. I learned that the hard way." Hate cleared his throat after coughing a few times. "I don't know how things are in Kirigakure, but in Konoha we tend to keep our promises and deals. Well, it's just that I know how much you guys like bloodline limits, and Haku's is especially powerful. I really find hard to believe that he will let us go that easily once I finish my probation. Like Hayate-kun said, things here are different. Do as you're told, and there won't be any troubles," Yojeo said. "We'll see." Zabuza then redirected his attention to Haku. "What about you? Are they treating you good?" Haku's mouth curved into a smile. "Yes. I made a few friends in the academy. Yojeo-san and Hayate-san are really kind to me, and I can show my powers without being afraid of being persecuted. Konoha is a nice place. It's good that at least one of us is enjoying their stay here," Zabuza mentioned. "Smart. Really smart, Jiraiya." Haku seemed to catch Zabuza's thoughts, and his expression turned serious. "But that doesn't mean that my loyalty towards you has wavered in the slightest. Once you finish your probation, I will go follow you should you choose to leave Konoha." Zabuza smirked, baring his sharp teeth. "Good to hear that." They continued talking for quite some time. Haku talked about the training he was getting from both the academy and his legal guardians, to which Zabuza constantly claimed that he would make a much better job. Zabuza also told him the little novelties that went in prison from the last time the ice ninja came to visit. Until they finally hit the 45 minutes mark, and Zabuza was brought to his cell. While they headed back home, Yojeo couldn't hold her tongue about certain topic. "You know, Haku-kun, I never understand how such a kind boy like you can be so loyal to such bloodthirsty criminal. I told you that Zabuza-sama saved me from Dash." "Yeah, we know," the purple-haired woman interrupted. "But still, the way he talks about you, as if you only existed to serve him and your feelings didn't matter, why does that never bother you? It's a small price to pay, compared to my previous situation. What about Yojeo-chan and myself? Didn't we treat you good during these years?" Hate asked. "Yes. You've done an admirable effort taking care of me, and I will always be grateful for that." Hate frowned. "Yet if you have to choose between Zabuza or us, you'll choose him." Undoubtedly, Haku's answer left was definitive. "But why?" "That's what we can't understand," Yojeo said with pleading eyes. "Because he was the first to acknowledge me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. That's why I have a debt with him that I will never be able to pay." "Do you love him?" "Yes. He is the most important person to me." "I see then. And do you think he loves you back?" Haku averted his gaze. "That's irrelevant. You didn't answer my question." Yojeo wasn't going to let the issue go so easily. Haku stuttered something unintelligible before he gave his answer. I don't know. I think he does." "And do you want him to love you?" Haku felt as if he was trying to force the words out of his mouth. "Yes." "Then, why don't you ask him that the next time we come to visit him?" Hate suggested. I'll think about it. Can we talk about else now, please?" Haku asked with pleading eyes. "Yes. I believe we give you enough hell for that. So, do you want to have dinner at home, or do you want for us to go out?" Training Ground 3. "Alright Naruto, this year will be your last at the academy, so we will make sure that by the time you graduate, you're good enough to become a Chunin. The only thing you'll need then will be experience, and that will come with the missions," Jiraiya explained. Now, show me what you can do before we move into something new. Naruto and Jiraiya spent half an hour sparring, while the Toad Sage made comments about things that Naruto had improved and others that he needed to work out. Then, he asked Naruto to make him a demonstration of his ninjutsu skills. First, the 3 E-rank jutsus Naruto had finally learned to do the body replacement without needing to do hand seals, and later his few wind jutsus. So, how it was? Naruto asked, expectant. Pretty good. But then again, it's no surprise, given that you have such an awesome teacher like myself. I am the Hokage after all, Jiraiya said, with a self-aggrandizing air. Though your mom helped as well. Naruto was about to retort, when a realization dawned on him. Hey, I just realized something, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at Jiraiya. Shouldn't you be at the Hokage's tower? How can you have so much spare time to train me? Oh, you noticed. Jiraiya asked with a foxy grin. You took your sweet time. And before you start throwing accusations, the answer is that I'm not the real Jiraiya, but a clone. The real me is back at the tower, working. Technically, the real Jiraiya was in a secret room in the tower writing the next Ika installment, while another couple of clones worked on the paperwork. A clone. But, I can touch you. You mean that I'm solid? Yeah. Because I'm not a normal clone, but a shadow clone. Not only I'm solid, but I possess all the knowledge and jutsus from the real Jiraiya. And all the knowledge I gain will be sent to Jiraiya once I'm dispelled. Whoa, that jutsu, it's so cool. And how durable are you? It depends, but shadow clones are usually rather fragile, and a strong hit is enough to dispel them. Still, Jiraiya's clones are rather sturdy, and nothing less than a stab will dispel them. I see. And do the pain of the clones feel go back to the original too? No. Just the knowledge. Okay, then let me try something. Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai from his pouch. Hey kid, what are you dash? But the Jiraiya clone didn't time to react before Naruto sank a kunai on his chest, exploding in a cloud of smoke. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya, or better said, another clone reappeared. Seriously brat, don't do that again. Jiraiya shouted in a scolding manner. We're wasting a lot of time. Not to mention that seeing you trying to kill me was disturbing as hell. Can you teach me that jutsu? Naruto asked, starry-eyed. This is a forbidden jutsu that is only taught to Jonin, Jiraiya replied. Naruto's stars vanished from his eyes. But then again, it's due its heavy chakra cost. And since you have way more chakra than the average genin, I don't see why you shouldn't. The stars returned once again to Naruto's eyes. The Toad Sage explained the process, which was surprisingly simple for being a forbidden jutsu. Once Naruto heard the explanation, he formed a cross with his index and middle fingers from both hands, and made his first attempt. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 15 Naruto clones appeared from just as many small cloud explosions. Jiraiya looked at the display, speechless. Holy shit, brat. I knew you have a lot of chakra, but this is way too much. Jiraiya shouted in shock, unconsciously stumbling back. Hell, I have pretty big chakra reserves and I can't make more than 6 clones. Naruto grinned. I can do more if you want. No, it's okay. Boy, if I knew this, I could have taught you this jutsu way earlier. This is going to accelerate your training big time. Naruto tilted his head. Come again. Brat, did you forget already what I said about the original retaining the knowledge of the clones? Wait, so that means, I could have 5 clones learning 5 different jutsus at the same time, and thus I'd learn 5 jutsus in the time it takes to learn just one. Jiraiya smiled. You got it right. Naruto looked as if his birthday had just arrived. Oh boy, this is awesome. Now I'm going to be the most awesome ninja who ever lived in no time. Come on, teach me something else. I like your enthusiasm, kid. Your dad was just as eager to learn as you are. And thus, I believe it's about time you learn a jutsu that it's pretty much a family tradition. How do you like the idea of summoning an animal companion to help you in battle? Many months later. And once again, a new school year began. One of the perks of Jiraiya's reform was the introduction of optional subjects, which would help the future genin to choose their specialization as soon as possible. That means that, for a couple hours, the students wouldn't be together in the same classroom or training ground. Medical Ninjutsu course, Konoha Hospital. Welcome everybody to my class. I'm sure everybody knows me, but I'll introduce myself nevertheless. My name is Tsunade Senjo, and as you guessed, I will teach you medical ninjutsu, the slug Sannin announced, staring at her 5 students. Now, why don't you introduce yourselves and tell me why are you interested in learning medical ninjutsu? I think I will go first, Sakura said. She cleared her throat. My name is Sakura Harano. I know that medical ninjutsu requires a fine chakra control and intelligence, traits I'm sure I possess. As for my motivation, I believe it's a good way to help my teammates in battle and make myself useful. Nice introduction, kid. How many times did you rehearse it in front of the mirror? 5 times, I mean, none. What I said came from the bottom of my heart. Tsuan smirked, amused. Sure, I believe you. What about you? She asked, looking at Ino. My name is Ino Yamanaka. I also think I have what it takes to be a medic. My reasons for wanting to be a medic is that ninjas are mostly known for killing, but I believe that saving lives is important too. And unlike Forward Girl, I didn't rehearse this. Sakura shot his former friend a murderous glare. A noble thought, indeed. Who wants to go next? How about me? Karen suggested, raising his hand. My name is Karen Uzumaki. I already have an innate healing ability, so I think I could greatly benefit from learning medical ninjutsu. Tsunade merely nodded, and looked at her remaining 2 students. My name is Hinata Hyuga, though why you already know who I am, Hinata said a bit sheepishly. I think my Byakugan can be a great tool for a medic nin, plus just like Ino-san said, we ninjas should help people in ways other than killing. Girl, you have no idea how much I wanted to get my hands on a Hyuga. But the rest of them seem to think that there's nothing beyond the gentle fist, Tsunade commented. But then again, a tool is just as good as the person using it. Don't think that having a Byakugan makes you a medic already. Oh, of course not. Tsunade then looked at his last student, who took the hint and spoke. My name is Shino Abarame. Like Karen, I also know medical ninjutsu. But then again, our clan's medical jutsus involve using our insects to repair our bodies, and thus non-Abaramis are quite reluctant to be healed this way. And since I have an extensive knowledge of human anatomy, I believe I have a good base to learn mainstream medical jutsus. Good to have somebody in my class with a Y chromosome. I don't know why most men are so unwilling to learn medicine, Tsunade mused to herself. Alright, now that introductions are over, let's get started. The first thing you'll learn is the mystical palm jutsu, the basic healing jutsu, and the one you will use the most. My knucklehead of a son, who has an average chakra control and 0 aptitude for medicine, learned this jutsu in 2 weeks, so I expect you to learn it in less than 1. Now open your books on page 7, and read. Chakra Flow Course, Training Ground 18. Welcome to Chakra Flow Course. My name is Hayate Gecko, and I will be your teacher, the special Jonin said before coughing a couple times. You know, I wasn't expecting this many people to attend this class. Hayate's students looked at each other a bit puzzled. They were Naruto, Sasuke, Haku, and Tamaki. Was Hayate expecting less than 4 people? In case you're wondering, last year I only got 1 student. A girl named Tenten, do you know her? No? Oh, never mind then, Hayate coughed again. Okay, now I'll explain you the basics of chakra flow. Like the name implies, it consists in channeling your chakra through a weapon to increase its power, as well as adding it other attributes. Now watch this. Hayate then tossed a kunai at a bullseye in a tree stump. The kunai's point stabbed itself in the middle. Now, watch what happens when I charge the kunai with my chakra before tossing it. Hayate showed the kunai, which had a faint blue glow, and tossed it against another bullseye. Except this time, the kunai drilled itself into the stump, making multiple large cracks. Naruto and Tamaki opened their mouths in awe, while Sasuke and Haku merely nodded. As you can see, good chakra control is essential to master this art. What I did was channel normal chakra. If you learn elemental chakra, you can coat your weapons in fire or electricity. Now take out a kunao or a shuriken. Yes, Haku, a senbon is also fine, and try to do it yourselves. Don't get frustrated if you don't get it at the first try. Elemental Ninjutsu Course, Training Ground 11. As many teachers expected, this was the optional subject with the most students. All of them actually. Irika himself was the instructor. Behind him were 5 opened boxes with scrolls on them. The boxes were labeled with the kanjis for fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. I'm glad to see all of you here. You know already me and I know all of you, so we can skip the introductions and get down to business. Irika pulled a small sheet of brown paper from a pouch of his flak jacket. Does anybody knows what is this? Yes, Naruto. A chakra litmus paper. It's used to find out your elemental affinity. You channel chakra into the paper, and you can guess your affinity based on how it reacts. Irika smiled. Very well, Naruto. I believe you have been introduced to the basics of nature manipulation, right? The teacher asked. Naruto proudly nodded. Does anybody else knows the basics of nature manipulation? Sasuke, Haku, and Hinata raised their hands. Okay. As you can see, there are some boxes behind me. Said boxes have some D rank and C rank jutsus. Your task for today is to pick one and try to master it. The rest of you, take a litmus paper from me and see which is your affinity. If the paper burns, is fire. If it gets wet, is water. If it turns to dust, is earth. If it splits in two, then is air. And if it wrinkles, is lightning. Shikamaru, Koji, and Tamaki got fire. Karen, Kiba, and Shino got earth. Ino got water. Irika-sensei, I think I have a problem here. Sakura said as he walked towards him. The teacher smiled. That's why I'm here. What's wrong, then? Is just that my paper, it did something weird. Can you give me another one? Maybe the one you gave me was defective. Irika titled his head, puzzled, but decided to comply the Pink's request and gave her another paper. After she channeled her chakra once again, the paper got wet, but then it crumbled into a paste. See? This is what happened before. Oh my. Irika looked at the remaining of the paper in surprise. What is it? There's something wrong with my chakra. Irika smiled in a reassuring way. There's nothing to worry about, Sakura. In fact, this is pretty good. Huh. The paper got wet, indicating water affinity, then crumbled, indicating earth affinity. That means that you have 2 affinities. Which is extremely rare outside bloodline limits. Sakura's worried face morphed into a smile of triumph. 2 affinities? Oh yes. The Pinkette pumped her fists. Alright, now that everybody knows their affinity, I will teach you the basic control exercises that you'll need to master before you can learn any elemental jutsus. Time passed. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. And before anybody realized, it was the end of the school year, which would mean the final exam. Like the other exams, this one had written portion, which involved subjects such as math, physics, history, and geography. The ninjutsu portion consisted on showing the teacher a jutsu other than the 3 E-rank ones. Most people used their clan jutsus. Karen surprised Naruto with an Uzumaki secret jutsu called adamantine chains. Sakura used the chakra scalpel which Naruto taught her, and Naruto himself used the summoning jutsu to summon a little red toad wearing a black jacket named Gamekaki. Other 2 portions consisted on taijutsu spar against a teacher, an obstacle course, and tossing kunao or shuriken against moving targets. And lastly, there was also a portion for each optional subject taken. All the students passed without much trouble. The position of Rookie of the Year, which was close between Sasuke and Haku, went to the former. Hinata was the top kunoichi, with Sakura being a close second. Irika congratulated each of his students at the same time he gave them their desired forehead protectors, signifying the fact that they were now real ninjas. He also told them to come back tomorrow to know their teammates and their Jonin senseis. At the academy's entrances, the 12 new ninjas were being congratulated by their clans and families. Naruto was a bit dejected that Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't come, since they were busy at the moment, but at the very least, Shizune and the twins were for him. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. We all knew you'll make it, Shizune happily said as she patted Naruto on the back. I can't wait to show this to Mom and Dad. Naruto cheered, proudly pointing at the forehead protector on his head. It looked cool on me, doesn't it? Hey, can I see it? Hagani asked, as he reached for Naruto's forehead. I want to see it too. Kaida said as well. Yes, but I asked first. But Naruto Naizen likes me better than you. That's a lie. Naruto Naizen, you like me better, right? Enough you two. You won't see anything if you don't behave. Shizune angrily chided. The twins shut up, and lowered their heads in shame. Now come on, today we will dinner somewhere special to celebrate your graduation. Yay! Ichiraku's. Naruto and the twins said in unison. I said, somewhere special, not the place you go every day, Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, Hinata was also showing her forehead protector to her mother and little sister. The entire clan will be proud of you, Hinata, Hikari sweetly said, as she caressed her daughter's cheek. And top kunoichi no less. Hinata-nichan, can I see your forehead protector? Hanabi asked as she made puppy dog eyes. Hinata smiled at his sister, and handed the precious headgear to her. Of course, Hanabi-chan. You'll see how in no time you'll get yours too. Another kunoichi near the Hyagas was also showing her prize to her parents. See this? I'm a real ninja now. And I almost became top kunoichi. Not bad for somebody who doesn't have a clan, Sakura waved her forehead protector in front of her parents. We always knew you can accomplish anything you set your mind to, dear Kaizushi, Sakura's father said. We're really proud of you, honey, Mabuki, Sakura's mother, said as she hugged her. While Sakura hugged her mother, she couldn't help but glance at certain black-haired boy who, just like everybody else, was showing his forehead protector to the remains of his clan. Rookie of the year, Just like your big bro. Shisui said as he ruffled Sasuke's hair. I want to restore the honor of the clan. And by doing that I need to do my best in order to show the village what the Uchiha clan is made of. It was refreshing to see Sasuke happy for once. Now you will have plenty of opportunities to prove yourself and the clan. Come on, we have to celebrate your graduation at the top of your class, Itaka suggested as he and the other two Uchihas walked away. Near Sasuke, Yojao, and Hate were also congratulating their quasi-adoptive son, Haku, who was showing them his headband. Really impressive kid. It's a pity that you didn't become Rookie of the Year, but oh well, Yojao said as he patted his back. Thank you, Haku replied, smiling at them. Now if it's not much of a bother, could we go to the Hokage's office? This is the proof that I graduated, and thus the Hokage will have to release Zabuza-sama. That won't be necessary, brat, a voice behind them said. A voice Haku knew too well. The ice ninja turned around and saw Zabuza, no longer wearing the prison uniform, smirking at him from behind his mask. Surprised to see me? Zabuza-sama. Haku cried as he threw his arms around Zabuza, taking the swordsman completely by surprise. You're free at last. What the hell? Zabuza asked in shock as he held his hands upwards, as if Haku was made of fire. Hey, big guy, why don't you try hugging the kid back? Hate suggested, while repressing a cough. Maybe you even like it. Going against his better judgment, Zabuza awkwardly wrapped his arms around Haku, and patted his back a couple times. What the hell is this place doing to me? Undisclosed location. In an underground location, a vast man-made cavern decorated with statues of snakes, 3 men were present, 2 of them having a conversation, while the third one listened intently. 2 of them had silver hair, with one of them also wearing glasses. The last one was taller than the other 2, had pale skin and long black hair. The latter man spoke first. So, tell me, Mizuki-san, what is your reasons to join my humble organization? Mizuki was bent down on one knee, looking at the floor. In front of him was a man whose immense power was only rivaled by his even greater ambition. This man could give Mizuki all what he ever wanted, or he could end his life right here. The former Konoha teacher had to choose his words carefully. Because I believe that we're the same, Orochimaru-sama. Like you, I'm a man not bound by petty morality. Like you, I'm a man that will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Like you, I'm a man who wants to become stronger at any costs. And like you, I also left Konoha when I realized that that place had nothing more to offer. Orochimaru couldn't repress a smirk. You certainly has some guts, Mizuki-san, comparing yourself, a mere teacher, to somebody like me. Mizuki gulped. He needed to fix this fast. At no point I said that we were equals, Orochimaru-sama, but that we have similar mindsets. That's why I believe that my place is at your side. Orochimaru chuckled. He certainly enjoyed watching that lowly man squirm in a pathetic attempt at making a good impression. Orochimaru had already made his mind, since you can never have enough foot soldiers or guinea pigs, but he decided to pressure him a little more, just for his own amusement. And tell me, what could you offer to me and my organization to be accepted on it? Our numbers might pale in comparison with the great villages, but even we have standards. Mizuki smirked, and reached for his bag. That's why I brought a present that I'm sure you will enjoy. Upon seeing the bag's content, Orochimaru's yellow eyes expanded considerably. He took a step forward to check the item better. The forbidden scroll of the first Hokage, Orochimaru said in awe, passing a hand through the much-desired item. Then he glared at Mizuki. So it was you who had it all this time? Yes. I stole it during the Uchiha insurrection. They were so busy dealing with the Uchihas, that nobody thought about keeping the scroll safe. Stealing it was a child's play, Mizuki threw his shoulders back in pride. So that's why the scroll wasn't there when I went to steal it, Orochimaru calmly said, and suddenly, all trace of color disappeared from Mizuki's face. And you took no less than 4 years to bring it to me. Guess that the jutsus here were too complicated for your simple mind, huh? Mizuki knew he was screwed, and not in the fun way. His skin started to sweat bullets. Stammering, he tried to find an answer that would save his skin. Sorry, I didn't thought that, yeah. Orochimaru's mouth formed an unnerving smile. But you did bring the scroll to me in the end. And like the old saying goes, all's well that ends well, right? So, you aren't going to punish me? No, Mizuki-san. In fact, from this day onwards, you're now a ninja of Otogaku. Since you were a teacher, I believe you'll have no trouble training a squad of young recruits, right? Of course not, Orochimaru-sama. I'm eager to start working for you. Good. Kabuto, walk Mizuki-san towards his bedroom, please. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, the bespectacled ninja said, as he and Mizuki walked away. Alone, Orochimaru couldn't help but stare in awe at the object in his hands, the very reason he wanted to be Hokage to begin with. This would accelerate his plans greatly, but he also had to be cautious with the Akatsuki. It would do him no good if they realized that this scroll was in his possession now. Tsunade sighed in relief when she finally arrived home after a particularly long shift at the hospital. She hated missing Naruto's graduating ceremony, but she simply couldn't leave in the middle of a delicate surgery, which turned out more complicated than the initial diagnosis suggested. Anyway, at least she could give Naruto her congratulatory gift. She only hoped that Naruto wouldn't be too upset with her. The living room was empty, and so was the kitchen. She was about to go upstairs when a sound in the backyard caught her attention. And indeed, she saw Shizune in a light taijutsu spar with the twins, which immediately ended after her children and apprentice noticed her presence. Mom! Both white-haired kids said in unison as they rushed to her. Hey Mom, Naruto Naizen is a ninja now. They even gave him a headband. Hagane excitedly commented as he tugged his mother's jacket. I know. I don't have any doubts that Naruto passed the exam without much trouble, Tsunade replied. Hey, now that you mention it, how is that you don't have a headband, Mom? Kaida asked. It's somewhere in my room. I don't use it because I find it uncomfortable, Tsunade told her daughter as she ruffled her hair. Then she turned at Shizune. Where is Naruto? In his bedroom, was the black-haired Kunoichi's answer. And, how is he? Tsunade asked, feeling a bit uneasy. He was a bit upset that neither you nor Jiraiya-sama showed up, but I believe he understands why. I don't think he'll be mad at you, Shizune replied, trying to sound reassuring. Tsunade sighed, though she wasn't completely relieved, at least not until he talked with her eldest son. Alright. I'll go to see him and give him his gift. Gift? Do you mean? Tsunade merely nodded. Enter. Naruto said after somebody knocked the door. He had an idea of who could be. And just like he expected, Tsunade entered his bedroom. Hi, Tsunade timidly said. First of all, I'm sorry for missing your big day, Naruto. Naruto simply smiled at her. It's okay. I know that your work at the hospital is important and sometimes you have to stay until late. And Dad's the Hokage, so that goes without saying. Tsunade smiled back at him. I'm glad that you're not mad at me, the Sannin then sat in the bed alongside him. So, you're a ninja now, how do you feel? Truth be told, the same as yesterday. Soon you'll start taking missions. Are you nervous? A foxy grin appeared on Naruto's face. Of course not. This is what I was born to do. Tsunade couldn't help but giggle a little at the display. I'm glad that you're so confident. That's good. But do not get too overconfident. That can get you killed in our line of work. Of course. You don't have to worry about me, Mom. There was a moment of silence. Tsunade kept staring at Naruto, whose smile never left his face for a single moment. Anyway, besides that, I also came here to give you a gift. You know, for finishing the academy and becoming a ninja. Naruto grew excited upon hearing the word gift, as his mind raced through the possibilities. Really? What is it? Without uttering a word, Tsunade removed the necklace from her neck, and placed it around Naruto's. All the enthusiasm from the blonde Jinchuriki disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe. Mom. Naruto said in an uncharacteristically low volume. The necklace of the first Hokage, why? Don't you like it? No, no. I didn't mean that. Naruto quickly stuttered as he shook his hands in negation. It's just that, shouldn't you give this to Hagane or Kaida? This crystal has the chakra of the first Hokage, just like them, besides, they're your real kids. Tsunade's expression hardened. She then grabbed Naruto by his shoulders, forcing him to look her into her eyes. Naruto, listen to me. Maybe you didn't come from my body, but you're my son as much as the twins, and I will not let anybody say otherwise. Besides, with that necklace, now all my children have the chakra of my grandfather with them. For once, Naruto was at a loss for words. Thank you, Mom. Tsunade's stern expression was replaced by a warm smile. You're welcome, kiddo. Now make me and the village proud. You can bet I will. The Jinchuriki replied, with one of his trademark wide grins. The next day at the academy, Iruka looked at his now former students with pride. They were sitting on their usual seats, for what will be the last time. The teacher was afraid that Jiraiya's educational reform will turn into a slaughterhouse, and while many students ended up dropping out due to the increased standards, these 12 kids persevered until the very end and came out triumphant. Turn out Jiraiya-sama's idea wasn't so harebrained after all. This kids will be way more prepared for the future than if we stuck to the old model. Clearing his throat, Iruka spoke. I told you yesterday already, but let me congratulate you again. It has been great having you as my students, but now, somebody else will take my place, somebody who will be able to teach you according to your growing needs. You will be organized into 4-man cells, composed by 3 genin, and a jonin, that will be your commanding officer, as well as your teacher. In the past, we used to make the teams based on grades, so the average grade of each team would be more or less the same as everybody else in order to have balanced teams. But Hokage-sama thought that this idea was stupid, so he suggested to create specialized teams based on the skills of its components. Some people like it, others preferred the older system, but it doesn't matter. It's what the Hokage wants, and his word is the law. And without further ado, these are the team formations. Chapter 15. The beginning of their ninja journey. Or, what do you mean we're not real ninja yet? Everybody listened intently to the teacher as he revealed who will be their teammates for the foreseeable future. And without further ado, these are the team formations. Assault Squad, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Haku Yuki. Ah yeah. Naruto shouted as he grabbed both Hinata and Haku in a hug on each arm. Haku merely chuckled, while Hinata turned red like a tomato. I'm in the same team as Naruto-kun, I can't believe my luck. Hinata thought, unmolested by Naruto's arm wrapped around her. Naruto, enough. Iruka angrily shouted. Then he continued reading. Medical Squad, Sakura Harano, Karen Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. I'm with Sasuke-kun. Both Sakura and Karen gushed at the same time. Noticing what just happened, they glared and hissed at each other. There was a time I would have killed to be in the same team as Sasuke, now I feel lucky I'm not with him. Come on Sakura, can't you see he's dangerous, and not in a kinky way? Ino thought while she glanced at both Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, there has to be a mistake. Not only I'm not a medic, but there's no way I can be in the same team as those two. I mean, I can tolerate one, but two. I can assure you that there are no mistakes, Sasuke. If you have any question, talk it with your Jonin-sensei when she arrives. Iruka then turned his eyes back to the list. Animal Squad, Kiba and Yazuka, Shino Abarame, and Tamaki. I'm with the Fleabag? I demand another team. Tamaki asked as she looked at Kiba in disgust. You should be honored to be in the same team as me, apprentice of a crazy cat lady. Kiba spat back. Shino didn't say anything, just let out a long sigh. Iruka groaned, and pinched the bridge of his nose. On second thought, I'm glad you guys are now somebody else's problem. And lastly, Tactical Squad, Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka. Shikamaru high-fived Koji without either of them had to turn at each other. Those are the teams. If you have a problem with them, go complain to the Hokage. Now, wait here. Your Jonin-sensei had been warned, and will come to pick you up any moment, Iruka announced before leaving the classroom. 5 minutes later, just as the teacher had said, a Jonin entered the room. A black-haired woman that Naruto, and to a lesser extent Sasuke, knew very well. Hey, Shizune Nichan. Naruto enthusiastically called, waving at her. Are you a Jonin-sensei? Shizune smiled at him. Yes. I thought it would be a nice experience. That's awesome. Are you my team's sensei? I'm afraid not, Naruto-kun. It's forbidden for a Jonin to be the sensei of a team with a close relative on it. Noticing that Naruto's disappointment, she added, but don't worry, I know your sensei, and I'm sure you'll like her. Now, members of the medical squad, can you come with me? Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen got up from their seats and followed the black-haired Kunoichi out of the class. Of course, Konoha's second-best medic would be the leader of the medical squad, Sakura thought in realization. 10 minutes later, 2 Jonin arrived at the same time. One of them was a tall man with short, spiky black hair and a beard of the same color, and tan skin. He had a cigarette on his mouth. The other was a woman with long raven hair and deep crimson eyes that could be easily mistaken for a Sherry Non. Tactical Squad, with me, the man said. Assault Squad, come with me, the woman added. Both teams got up from their seats and followed their senseis out of the classroom, leaving the members of the Animal Squad alone. An hour later. I believe they forgot about us, Kiba complained. Akamaru barked in agreement. Maybe our sensei is late. Tamaki said. No, late would be 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, the other senseis only took 10 minutes to arrive while we have been waiting here for almost an hour. I suggest patience, Shino spoke. This man is a Jonin, and thus somebody serious worth of his rank. I'm positive that he'll have an acceptable reason for not being on time. 2 hours later. Tamaki was asleep on her desk. Kiba was groaning in annoyance. Where the hell is this guy? Regardless of what I said before, I'm starting to believe that either our sensei forgot about us, or the Hokage forgot to tell him about us. In either case, an unacceptable behavior from either our sensei or the Hokage, Shino commented, a little irritation seeping through his usual stoic monotone tone. That moment, the door opened, revealing a tall man with silver-colored, gravity-defying hair, whose lower part of his face was covered by a mask. Yo, the man laconically said. You're late. Kiba yelled at the man, abruptly waking Tamaki up. Oh, sorry about that. I kinda forgot how to arrive here. You know, it's been a while since I was an academy student, the man said, giving the three genin a nice smile. I believe that you're the animal squad. By virtue of being the only remaining team present, yes, we are, Shino replied. All right, then come with me. And once again, sorry for being late. It will never happen again. The three genin had the impression that that was a huge lie. Training Ground 10. Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino were sitting on the grass, looking at the tall bearded man in front of him, who had informed that this training ground would be now where they will be training from now onwards as a team. Alright, before I explain you the role of this team as a whole, why don't you introduce ourselves to each other, you know, to be better acquitted, the man said as he gave his cigarette a puff. I'll start. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. I like to train, hang out with my friends, and play shogi. Shikamaru perked up upon hearing this. I dislike bullies, and those who doesn't take their roles as a ninja seriously. My dream is to make a name of myself, marry a nice woman, and start a family. It was Ino who perked up upon hearing the last bit of information. Her mouth curved into a huge smile. Do you have somebody in mind already? I don't think I have to tell you that, Asuma replied. Ino's grin grew even wider. That mean yes, then. Was that pretty woman that came with you? I noticed the looks she was shooting at you. Man, if I knew that this girl was so much into gossiping I would have my trap shut, Asuma thought. Why don't you share something about you? That way we should be even. Why, of course, Ino chirped, before clearing her throat. My name is Ino Yamanaka, future heir of the Yamanaka clan once I'm 18. I like shopping and gossiping. Her face considerably soured before continuing. I dislike traitors and murderers. And my dream is to become a great kunoichi so I can lead my clan properly so we can keep Konoha safer. Asuma remembered that Ino lost her dad during the Uchiha insurrection. While she didn't make any specific references, it was easy to guess who she was thinking when she talked about traitors and murderers. If you work hard, I'm sure you'll achieve your dream. Asuma then turned to Koji, who was munching some chips, and nodded at him. The Akimichi took the hint. My name is Koji Akimichi. Eating is what I like the most. While I have some favorite foods, I'm also open to taste new things. I dislike people who judge others based on their appearance. And my dream is to become a great ninja, just like my father. Well, maybe you could moderate a little on the food if you want to achieve that goal, Asuma said, making Koji to frown at him, but didn't stop eating his chips. The Jonin then stared at Shikamaru, who replied with a long sigh. My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like playing shogi and watching the clouds. I dislike, well, pretty much anything that requires some sort of physical effort on my part, if it's not a life or death situation. And my dreams for the future, guess it would be to have a quiet life devoid of complications, and maybe have a family as well. Interesting. Maybe you and I should play shogi sometime, Asuma said, earning a shrug from Shikamaru as if saying, sure, why not? And maybe I could do something about that laziness of yours. Shikamaru gave another shrug, this one meaning, you're welcome to try. Alright, so the four of us form the tactical squad. The role of this squad will be taking care of missions other specialized teams wouldn't be qualified for, such as infiltration, reconnaissance, captures, dealing with enemies that won't go down with just brute force, and so on. It is no coincidence that you three were chosen for this squad. Members of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans being on the same team is a tradition that goes back 15 generations, but I'm sure you're already aware about that. Now, I must tell you something. Despite what Irika might have told you, you're not genin already. This earned a loud, what? From Ino and Koji, and a soft F from Shikamaru. Before you're officially genin, I must give you my approval. And before I can do that, I have to test you first. What kind of test is going to be, Asuma-sensei? Koji asked, after apparently finishing his bag of chips. A simple spar. You three against me. The teamwork of your three clans is downright legendary, and I want to check if you're going to live up to said legend, Asuma explained before finishing his cigarette, dropping it at his feet, and stepping on it to put it out completely. The three genin got on their feet, and prepared for the fight. Training Ground 9. Just like Asuma's team, Shizun's team were sitting in front of their sensei, though in their case they were sitting on a makeshift bench made out of a fallen tree, Sasuke in the middle with Sakura and Karin at each side. And just like Asuma, Shizun proposed to introduce themselves to each other. My name is Shizun Kato. I like medicine, helping others, cute animals, and to visit cultural heritage sites. I dislike drunks and gamblers. My dream is to become a great kunoichi and live up to Tsunade-sama's legacy. Well, now you know a little more about me, the adult medic nin said with a warm smile. Who wants to go next? Sakura cleared her throat. My name is Sakura Harino. I like, well, cute boys, she said, glancing at Sasuke, who didn't react. I also like medicine. I dislike people who judge others without getting to know them, and my dream is to prove that I can become a great kunoichi despite not being born into a ninja clan. Without waiting for Shizun to say anything, Karin started her introduction, slightly upset that Sakura got to introduce herself first. My name is Karin Uzumaki. I like perfumes, medicine, and having a permanent home. I dislike rude people. My dream is to restore my clan to its former glory, and be strong enough so I don't have to worry about people wanting to hurt me or my family. Shizun nodded and smiled, then looked at Sasuke, who groaned in return. Let's get over this already. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like training and getting stronger, and when I'm not doing that I like to take long walks. I dislike people who hurt those I care about. And my dream is to become the strongest ninja this village has ever seen, as well as to restore the honor of my clan. Well, now that we all know a little more about each other, how about I explain you the role of this team? Shizun asked. Sasuke raised his hand. Yes, Sasuke. This is a medical squad, and I can see that you, Sakura and Karin are medics. But I'm not a medic. Shouldn't somebody like Ino or Hinata be here instead of me? I think I belong to the assault squad or even the tactical squad. Clearly there has been a mistake when the teams were formed. Jiraiya-sama told me you'd said that. And no, there were no mistakes with the team placements. If you allow me to explain how this team will work, you'll understand why you're here instead of a more offensive-oriented team. You have my attention then. All right. The medical squad is mostly a search and rescue team. Our duty includes searching disappeared people, healing the wounded and rescue people from dangerous areas, among many others. When working alongside other squads, our role will be to support them. Now Sasuke, as for your presence here. You see, for obvious reasons, medics tend to be the first ones being targeted by the enemy forces. Since most of the time medics will be healing and assisting others, they will be unable to defend themselves and thus vulnerable to enemy attacks. Sakura and Karin imagined a chibi version of themselves healing a random Konoha ninja, only to be ambushed by an enemy who stabs them in the back multiple times, making their spirit leave their lifeless bodies. If that happens, not only we lose a medic, but the person he or she may be healing. Your role is make sure that such thing doesn't happen. So I'm an escort? The Uchiha asked. Exactly. I'm glad you got it. Sakura and Karin replayed the same scenario as before in their minds, except this time a chibi Sasuke appeared and defeated the enemy ninja before he could harm either of them, and posed heroically. Sakura and Karin stared at Sasuke with heart in their eyes as the wounded ninja they were treating died due to the lack of medical assistance, causing his spirit to leave the body. However, there is something you should know, you're not real genin yet, Shizun revealed, much to her students' shock. You still need to go through one last test to determine if you are worthy of being part of this team. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy. Sasuke's initial shock was short-lived. I've taken quite a few tests already. I'm not afraid to take one more. Sasuke-kun is right, whatever you have planned, we can go through it. Sakura added. What she said, Karin said. All right. See the small forest behind me? Shizun asked, motioning back. There's a medical training dummy hidden somewhere among the trees. Your task is finding said dummy, treat its injuries, then bring it here. I will attack you from time to time. But don't worry, I will hold back. Now go. The two girls and the one boy rushed into the forest. Training Ground 7. Just like the two teams before, Kakashi asked their genins to introduce themselves. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Tamaki suggested. Alright, I guess it would be fair, Kakashi said. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like many things. As for things I dislike, I don't feel like talking about them. And my dreams, well, I have dreams just like everybody else. There, now you go. Wow, not only he's absurdly late, but he doesn't tell anything about himself other than his name, Kiba snarled exasperatedly. Akamaru growled as well. Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei, but you can't expect us to tell you personal information about us if you are not willing to share anything about you with us in return. Why? Because while trust is important on a team, trust is also a two-way road. You can't ask for trust if you don't trust others yourself, Shino explained. Kakashi stared at him for a few seconds as he processed the bug user's elaborated rant. How old are you again? 12. But I fail to see how's that relevant to the matter at hand. Tamaki shifted in her seat, and looked at Shino. I believe Kakashi-sensei thinks you don't speak like a kid our age should. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my manner of speech. And if you think there is something wrong, then, like kids our age usually say, deal with it. Kakashi let out a sigh. Okay, let's start over again. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like books, dogs, and training. This elicited a smirk from Kiba and a frown from Tamaki. I dislike people who abandon their comrades. And my dream, well, I'm not entirely sure, guess it would be to make up for all the mistakes I made in the past and all the people I failed. There, are you happy now? What mistakes? Tamaki asked, leaning forward. What people you failed? Kiba asked, interested as well. Sorry, that's all you are going to get from me right now, so don't push your luck. Well Kiba, why don't you introduce yourself? Alright. My name is Kiba Inyazuka, and this is my best friend, Akamaru. Akamaru happily barked upon being acknowledged. I like dogs, take long walks, running, and meat. I dislike cats, Kiba shot a glare at Tamaki. The girl merely stuck her tongue at him. And my dream is to reach higher than any Inyazuka ever did, like being Hokage. Interesting, was all that Kakashi said. He then motioned at the only girl in the group. Shall you introduce yourself? Sure. My name is Tamaki. I like playing with my cats, buying new clothes, and climb high places. I dislike dogs, especially those who bark constantly the moment you get near them. And my dream is for one day to start a clan on my own, and make a name for myself. Nice introduction, Kakashi said, with his trademark eye smile. Now, since that's out of the way, let's dash. Actually, I believe I didn't introduce myself yet, Shino interceded. What? Oh my, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not feeling that hot today, Kakashi replied in an irritatingly jovial tone. You know, forgetting about one of your students is not a mark of a good sensei, Shino glared at Kakashi from behind his shades. Never mind. My name is Shino Abarame. I like entomology, medicine, and nature. I dislike people who hate or kill insects for no reason. My dream is to discover a new or very rare species of insects, as well as advancing the field of entomology. Okay, now that everybody has been introduced, let's get down to business. Given the name of the team, it should be obvious what you all have in common. Kiba has his dog, Shino his insects and Tamaki cats. Where are your cats, Tamaki? Tamaki half expected that question. I don't have them with me all the time, they're with Grandma. If I need them, I can use the summoning jutsu. Interesting. So young, and with a summoning contract. It's not that big deal, Tamaki said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Another kid of our class, Naruto, can summon toads. What about you? For being the leader of the animal squad you don't have any animal with you either. Summoning jutsu, was all what Kakashi answered, thought it was enough to satisfy his students. Anyway, we're getting off track. From time immemorial, many ninjas had used animals as companions to aid them in battle. Regardless of how powerful a ninja becomes, there are abilities that he or she will never have, but animals do have. This led many clans, such as the Inyazukas, to specialize in breeding animals and develop a fighting style involving them. And thus, the main role of the animal squad will be to take care of missions in which human ninjas would be insufficient, such as tracking, searching for hidden objects, and so on. Our secondary role will be to offer support to other teams. Do you have any questions? No? Okay. In that case, then you should know that you are not genin already. How can that be, if we graduated from the academy? Shino asked, as he adjusted his glasses. Because the graduating the academy is a prerequisite to take the real genin test. And if you fail it, you'll go back to the academy. Oh come on. You can't do that. Kiba protested, shaking his fists. Trust me, I can. Now, let's proceed with the test. Kakashi then pulled from a pocket 2 small bells. Do you know what is this? Training Ground 8. Just like the 3 other teams, Naruto, Hinata, and Haku were sitting around their sensei, who was studying them intently. Well, look at that. This year we're going to have not 1 but 2 genin teams that are majorly female. It's good to see more women taking the path of the ninja. Kurane then stared at Naruto, and smiled at him. Given that you were raised by the strongest kunoichi who ever lived, I'm sure you won't have any problem being the only boy in the team. However, much to her confusion, Naruto started to chortle. The red-eyed woman frowned, and placed her hands on her hips. Did I say something funny, Naruto? As a matter of fact, you did, Naruto said between giggles. Kurane-sensei, despite my appearance you should know that I'm actually a boy, Haku interceded. Kurane stared at the ice ninja for a few seconds, and as his words sunk in, her eyes grew while her irises shrunk. A faint blush flashed on her face. Her hands then flew to her face. Oh my! I'm so sorry. I mean, given your name and the way you look. Kurane spluttered. Haku, however, smiled. It's okay, Kurane-sensei. A lot of people mistake me for a girl. Guess that the way I dress doesn't help. If that happens often, then no wonder he doesn't look upset at all. Still, I can't believe I did that. The Jonin thought. It's more common than you think. When I went to Suna a few years ago I also saw a guy who looked like a woman, Naruto shared in an almost apologetic tone. Okay, let's forget about this and, how about we get to know each other better? I'll start. My name is Kurane Ui. I like going out with my friends for a drink during the evenings. I don't like people who thinks that I'm weak or useless just because I'm a woman. And my dream is to become a kunoichi of renown, like Tsunade-sama. Or at least attain a level of skill close to hers. Now that you know me, who wants to go next? Oh, me. Naruto said, frantically waving his hand at her. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen, learning new jutsus, gardening, my friends and my family. I dislike the 3 minutes you have to wait for the ramen to cook, as well as people who are mean to others. And my dream is to become the best Hokage who ever lived. Kurane chuckled. Huh. And here I thought that my ambitions were grandiose. Who wants to go now? I believe I will, Haku said. My name is Hakuyuki. I like Konoha, Yojeo-san, Hate-san, Zabuza-sama, and the friends I made at the academy. I don't like people who hate others for reasons outside their control. I don't mind people mistaking me for a girl, but as of recent it's starting to become kind of annoying. My dream is to help Zabuza-sama end the current Mizukage's tyranny and restore peace to the land of water. Kurane took note of the girl-looking boy's words. His vocal loyalty towards the rogue swordsman was worrying. But then again, he said he liked Konoha. She decided not worry about that for the time being, and looked at the only member of her team that didn't introduce herself yet. Hi, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I like. She trailed off, glancing quickly at Naruto while blushing a bit, something both Kurane and Haku noticed, but Naruto missed. I like pressing flowers, gardening, and hanging out with my friends. I dislike rude and mean people, as well as the division of my clan. My dream is to become a great kunoichi so I can succeed my mother as a clan leader someday, and help her to undo the rift in our clan. Kurane smiled at the little Hyuga's introduction. Okay, now that introductions are over, I'll explain you the function of this team. As the name implies, we're an offensive unit, with Haku focused on ninjutsu, Hinata on taijutsu, Naruto on a mix of both, and myself on genjutsu. Our job will be mostly focused on combat. Pretty simple as you can see. Alright. When are we going to start doing missions? Naruto asked. Oh, about that. Well, you see, you're not genin already. You still have to pass one more test of my choice. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy. Kurenai answered. Naruto took a few moments to process his sensei's words, but when he did, his reaction was both instant and predictable. What? Haku's face soured. Then if I don't pass this test, Zabuza-sama will go back to jail. Hey, don't give me those looks. I saw your academy profiles. This should be piece of cake for you. So, what is going to be the T-test, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. I'm glad you asked. Kurenai then produced a storage scroll, and unsealed an old, rusty body armor. The body armor used to be blue, but the color was now almost completely faded. It had multiple dents and scratches. But what drew their attention were the two huge red and white bullseyes painted in the front and the back of the armor. Kurenai started to put the armor on. For this test, you'll need to hit either of the bullseyes with a weapon or a ninjutsu attack. You have 3 hours. To give you guys a chance, I won't use ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Any questions? Hinata raised his hand. The 3 of us have to hit you. Kurenai shook her head. No, if either of you hit the bullseyes, all 3 will pass the exam. More questions? The Jonin asked. Her genin remained silent. Alright, in that case, let us commence. Kurenai made a hand seal, and she suddenly vanished as if she was made of dust. The hell? A very confused Naruto asked. I believe that was a genjutsu. Hinata said, thought it was more a guess. Wait, so she wasn't even here to begin with. It seems so, Haku concluded as he got up and grabbed a handful of senbon. Come on, we need to pass this test. Yeah, but where did she go? Naruto asked. My guess would be among a group of trees. Haku then turned to Hinata. Hinata-san, we will need your Byakugan to locate her. The Hyuga nodded, made a hand seal, and activated her Jujutsu. Just like Haku had guessed, Kurenai was hiding on the canopy of a big and lush tree. She felt a bit disappointed that neither of them noticed that she had cast the genjutsu on them while they were talking, but then again the kids weren't used to deal with this kind of illusions. Unfortunately, as good as Jiraiya's academy reform was, genjutsu was once again barely covered, and the little practice was more about dispelling than casting them. Anyway, she was sure she could teach at least one of her students the art of illusions. While Naruto's chakra control still needed some polishing before he could use genjutsus, Hinata and Haku were perfect. Though she also discarded Hinata when she remembered that the Hyuga heiress was also training in elemental ninjutsu and medicine besides the gentle fist, leaving Haku, who seemed to focus mostly in ninjutsu, as the most suitable candidate. A whirring sound Kurenai identified as shuriken snapped her of her thoughts. She immediately jumped out of the branch she was resting on before the steel stars embedded themselves into the wood, and landed on a small clearing. Her 3 genin appeared shortly afterwards, and surrounded her. Kurenai smirked. I must admit, you found me earlier than I thought. With Hinata's Byakugan it was piece of cake, Naruto said, as he made a hand seal. And with this, passing this exam will be even easier. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 Naruto clones appeared from smoke, forming a circle around the genjutsu mistress. Get her. Kunao in hand, all Narutos charged forward. Kurenai also pulled out 2 kunao of her own, and started to slash the orange-clad clones while she dodged their almost telegraphed swings. Some clones that did not charge pulled out some shurikens and threw them at her. Kurenai grabbed one of the clones and used him as a human shield while attacking the others. In a couple minutes, the clones were no more. Haku decided it was his turn to attack, and threw a trio of senbons at his sensei. Kurenai turned around and deflected all of them with a kunao. From the corner of her eye she saw Hinata ready to strike her with a palm strike. She grabbed Hinata's wrist just before she could touch the Jonin, and threw her crashing against Naruto. Haku started to make hand seals, but before he could complete the sequence, Kurenai was already in front of him. The raven-haired woman sunk her knee on the ice ninja's gut, knocking the wind out of his stomach. And just like she did with Hinata, she grabbed his wrist and tossed the kimono-wearing boy against a tree. Tisk, tisk, such a disorganized attack. Kurenai shook her head in disappointment. You will need to do better than that if you don't want to return to the academy, she said before leaping away. After getting back on their feet, the three genins decided to regroup, and plan a better strategy, given how attacking her at random produced such a disastrous results. Alright, anybody got an idea? Haku asked. Naruto nodded. I believe that Hinata should attack her head-on, while we wait for an opening and try to attack her from the distance. Hinata looked at Naruto surprised. Me, attack Kurenai-sensei? But why? Because you're the best at taijutsu here. It isn't obvious. Naruto explained. While you keep her distracted, Haku can attack her with his needles and ice jutsus while I use my clones and wind jutsus. We will provide you cover so you can get close to her, Haku added. Hinata looked at her male teammates. They both were placing their trust on her. Despite Hinata wanting to protest, a part of her told her to keep going, and that she could lead the team to success. Alright, the little Hyuga said, nodding. Scanning the area with her Byakugan, Hinata found Kurenai standing on a clearing surrounded by several trees. The perfect spot for an ambush. Almost too perfect. While it smelled like a trap, Hinata didn't see any. Or maybe she was taunting them by choosing such a disadvantageous terrain. Nevertheless, they decided to take the risk and attack. Haku was the one to initiate the attack. He took from his pouch a storage scroll with water sealed on it, and unsealed its contents. A large puddle was former at his feet. Kurenai didn't detect his presence yet. Or she did but pretended not to. Nevertheless, it was time to attack. Haku formed the required hand seals. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. Using the water of the puddle, Haku formed several ice spears that floated above him, and flew at Kurenai. The raven-haired Kunoichi performed several backflips while avoiding the deathly ice attack. Naruto saw it as the perfect chance to attack. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kurenai found herself once again surrounded by orange-clad clones. All of them pulled out shurikens and tossed them at her. Kurenai rolled into the ground, expertly avoiding the ninja stars, which ended up hitting the clones instead, dispelling most of them. Such recklessness. If those were your teammates instead of mere clones. Kurenai shook her head in disappointment as she quickly destroyed the few remaining clones. Hinata, now! The last clone shouted before being dispelled. The Hyuga heiress leaped from her hiding spot at the top of a tree and landed in front of Kurenai. The two women started to trade blows. Thanks to Naruto and Haku attacking from afar, the Genjutsu mistress was forced into the defensive. Seeing an opening, Kurenai kicked Hinata in the gut, and dashed at Naruto, who was about to throw more shurikens at her. Kurenai grabbed him by his wrist, and tossed him against a tree. She was about to move towards Haku, when the corner of her eye caught Hinata doing hand seals. Suddenly, Hinata's hands were crackling with electricity. The Hyuga dashed at her as fast as she could. Lightning release, thunder palm. She combined the gentle fist with elemental manipulation? Amazing. These kids are sure something, Kurenai thought as she dodged Hinata's electricity-enhanced palm strikes. Unfortunately for her, her musings made her fail to see that Naruto was on his feet again and was making hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrusted both his hands forward, forming a cone-shaped gale. Despite pouring a lot of chakra into it, he didn't manage to make it as powerful as he wanted. Still, the cone of wind managed to almost push Kurenai from her spot, and distract her long enough for Hinata to hit her in the shoulder with a palm strike in the shoulder, not only closing her tenketsu, but also numbing her shoulder with electricity. Aargh! Kurenai shouted as she fell on her knees and instinctively grabbed her shoulder with other hand. Now! Haku leaped from behind, and fired a barrage of senbons at the Genjutsu mistress. Kurenai tried to run as fast as she could, and while she managed to avoid most of them, a couple of soft thuds indicated that at least 2 of the needles found its mark. Haha, yes. We did it. Naruto cheered, pumping his fist in the air. Haku and Hinata walked towards him. Kurenai removed her armor, and confirmed that 2 of Haku's senbons had embedded on the bullseye on the armor's back. She sealed the armor again in the scroll, and walked towards the 3 genin, who were still cheering for their victory. Upon seeing her holding her shoulder, Hinata immediately started to use the mystical palm jutsu on it. Congratulations, you 3, you passed the test, Kurenai praised, smiling, now you're real ninjas. See? I told you that it wouldn't be that hard. And it was thanks to Hinata. Naruto claimed as he patted Hinata on the back. Told you could do it. Well, it was a team effort, plus it was Haku-kun who dealt the killing blow. Hinata stuttered as she averted her gaze. Hinata is right. You passed the test because you worked together, as a team should, Kurenai interceded. So, that was the meaning of the test, to teach us the Vol teamwork. Naruto asked. We already knew that. Yes, but that's not all. So far, you only fought in friendly, controlled spars, and tossed kunaus and shurikens in immobile tree stumps. This was meant to give you a taste of what you will find out there, fast-moving enemies that will come at you with the intention to kill. So, what do we do now? Haku asked. Take the rest of the day off. Starting tomorrow, we will take missions at mornings, take a lunch break, then spend a couple hours in the afternoon training. We won't do neither missions nor training during weekends, but please keep training on your own those days as well, Kurenai explained. Meet me tomorrow at 9 in the morning in the academy for our first mission. Hokage Tower, a few hours later. Jiraiya was sitting at his desk, as usual. In front of Jiraiya were the Jonin senseis of the 4 new genin teams, ready to give their reports, as well as Irika. Tactical squad has my approval. While we still have some stuff to polish, especially regarding some of their personal priorities, I have faith that they will even surpass all their predecessors, Asuma proudly informed. Shizun was the next one to talk. Medical squad also has my approval. All of them know their roles and they slipped into them perfectly. Maybe the teamwork could use some improvement, but in the future they'll be an invaluable asset. Animal squad passed the test, though barely, Kakashi mentioned. They do have a lot of potential, but they still need a lot of work. Assault squad has my approval as well. They both have talent and barely need any incentive to work as a team. I just can't wait to see them in action, Kurenai said. Jiraiya smiled, clearly pleased, and turned at Irika. What about that? For the first time in Konoha's history, the true genin test has a 100% approval rate, as opposed to past 33%. The results speak for themselves. Your educational reform was truly brilliant, Hokage-sama, Irika replied. And it's thanks to you and your fellow teachers, for the great job you did preparing those kids for the future. Oh boy, I can't wait for the Chunin exams to begin. That will be in 3 months. Do you think they will be ready by then? Irika inquired. While their abilities are impressive, there's no way they can get enough experience in such little time. Have a little faith in them, Irika. The results may surprise you. Now, if there's nothing left to discuss, you're dismissed. After the 4 Jonin and the single Chunin left the office, a pair of Umbu wearing masks of an owl and a tiger brought yet another Jonin, one Jiraiya last had seen 4 years ago. Well. Jiraiya was looking at a file on his hand. So, Zabuza. According to this report, except for getting a couple of fights during your first year, your behavior has been mostly excellent. Zabuza chuckled. Glad to know that. Repressing my killing instinct wasn't an easy task, you know. Now that Haku successfully passed all the tests and became a Konoha ninja, you're to do the same if you want to start to pay your debt with Konoha. Jiraiya snapped his fingers, and one of the Umbu handed Zabuza a Konoha forehead protector and a flak jacket. While not mandatory, it will be mostly appreciated if you wore at least part of our official uniform. Reluctantly, Zabuza tied the headband around his forehead and put on the flak jacket. Oh, and I believe this is yours. Jiraiya then tossed Zabuza a sealing scroll. Unsealing the scroll, Zabuza's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his trusty executioner blade back in his hands. You kept it all these years? I thought that you would have given it to somebody else, or sell it to other villages. Konoha doesn't have much of a sword-fighting tradition. It will be better in your hands. Now, are you ready to start working your ass off for the village? Sure. But first answer me something. Jiraiya listened to Zabuza intently. Aren't you worried that once I get out of this village, I never return? Jiraiya smirked in satisfaction. He was dying for Zabuza to make that question. Ah yes. It would be extremely imprudent on my part to letting you out of the village without some kind of leash, right? That's why, before taking you out of prison, my Umbu put you to sleep, and I carved a special seal in your chest. I can activate said seal to give you a heart attack. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow, and smirked under his mask. Right. And you expect me to believe that? If that's the case, then you won't mind if I do this. Jiraiya made a hand seal, and all of a sudden, Zabuza fell on his knees, his hand instinctively clutching his chest. He felt as if an invisible hand was crushing his heart to pulp. Even if the effect was short-lived, the consequences weren't. As you can see, I can kill you whenever I want, with a mere hand gesture, from a 15-kilometer radius. This seal is designed so it only reacts to my chakra, meaning that I'm the only one who can activate or remove it. Well, guess that you could remove it if you find a seal master of my caliber or greater, but good luck with that. The seal is also linked to a special map which pinpoints your approximate location. As you can see, you can't escape from my grasp. I will only remove that seal once you complete your probation. Now, are you ready for your first mission? Panting heavily, Zabuza slowly got back on his feet, with the help of the Umbu. I guess so. Good. Here it goes. Jiraiya tossed Zabuza another scroll. The Kiri swordsman unfurled the scroll and read it. His face morphed into a mask of incredulity. A C-rank mission? Is this some kind of joke? Jiraiya frowned at Zabuza. If it was a joke, you'll be rolling on the floor, laughing, because besides being a talented writer, magnificent charmer, and a kick-ass ninja, I also happen to be gifted comedian. This is a test. You've been 4 years in prison, and I must check that your abilities didn't get dull. I was in jail because you sent me there. Details. Now, I'll bring in the client. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu said before leaving. A minute later, he returned with the aforementioned client. A gray-haired, glasses-wearing middle-aged man. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. There was a bottle of sake on his hand. Zabuza, this is Tajuna-san, master builder of renown. Your mission will be to escort him to his homeland, the land of waves, and protect him until he finishes the construction of the bridge he and his men are working on. I doubt this guy could even build a toy bridge, Zabuza skeptically mentioned as he eyed the visibly inebriated man. Jiraiya ignored Zabuza's remark. Tajuna-san, this is Zabuza, one of our more recent recruits. You'll be safe as long you're close to him. The drunk bridge builder scanned Zabuza with his reddened eyes, his mouth agape. He couldn't decide if he was more afraid of his alleged escort or the powerful man that was after his head. Well, guess that the Hokage wasn't lying when he promised me some muscle. Boy, you're scary, Tajuna slurred as he eyed Zabuza, his words being coded in terror. Thanks, Zabuza replied, unaware that Tajuna's words weren't a compliment. Now, you should better get going. Good luck on your first mission, Zabuza, Jiraiya said, waving Zabuza goodbye. Zabuza snarled before leaving, and dragged a very scared Tajuna with him. Check the description for the links to the author.